Hello everyone, welcome to the International Computer Club, a fellowship which will reach across borders and oceans and allow folks from all around the globe to share their passion and joy for classic computers, consoles, and retro gaming. Hello everyone, welcome to the 10th, can you believe it, 10th gathering of the International Computer Club. I'm your good buddy, your MC for this evening, Amigo Aaron, joined by a cavalcade of classic computer cultists and retro gaming enthusiasts, here to amuse, delight, and educate, mostly amuse. I think it'll be a good couple hours of fun. We've got a good crowd tonight. We've got a lot of interesting topics on tap. I'm going to roll around the room here, and as you know, if you've joined us for the previous 9 International Computer Clubs, this will be a revolving door of people as they come and go. It's like a D20 combined with the Hollywood Squares. So right out of the gate, our good buddy to my immediate left on the screen, it's our good buddy Adam. Adam, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going? Glad to join.
Very good. We're glad you could get with us tonight. Right beside you on the far end, our good buddy Josh Malone, aka 48K Ram. What's going on, Josh?
Everything and nothing, just barely made it here, but glad to be in tonight. Howdy, fellas.
As long as you can make it, that's good enough. So right below him, look at the illuminations coming from him. You know he's a good fellow. It's our buddy and my partner in crime, John Boat of Carshaller. What's going on, Boater?
Hi, everybody. I'm enjoying this light table.
Yeah. I thought maybe you'd gotten some sort of, I'm not going to get some kind of glowing cod piece or something, but I don't want to know.
I saved that for conversations from the dark side.
Listen, with your wacky revolving hobby thing, you never know what you're going to be into, so I don't ask questions, man. Speaking of a guy you don't ask questions about, our good buddy, straight from Arizona, everyone knows, they're pointing at him, David Z. What's going on down there, man?
Hey guys, hope all is well. Just trying to get through summer, man. It's only 105 today, so we're getting cooler.
Yeah, winter's just right around the corner. Speaking of winter, again from a undisclosed location, deep in the woods somewhere in the Arctic, it's our good buddy, international man of mystery, a vintner, a cross-stitch champion, probably some sort of long-distance running king. Look at him. He's a king among men. It's Edvin. What's going on, Edvin?
Hello, King Dong.
Thank you. Finally recognition.
He's my shirt buddy, my shirt brother.
They both have Skynet shirts.
You guys didn't get the memo?
Well, I mean, I'm trying not to endorse Skynet, if I'm honest.
I thought we were supposed to be wearing Boat Fest shirts.
See, he did get the memo, and the memo was sent all over to the Great White North. Our good buddy, Jason Warrens. What's going on, Jason?
Oh, just living the dream, every day at a time. Yep.
I'm just waiting for your another wonderful dinner to be served in the Warrens dress. That's why I sat here and look on with a cheap hot dog, which is what I had for lunch.
We'll find out what that turns into later on tonight.
Besides Jason, our good buddy from the land of Blur, it's Mitsuyama. What's going on, Mitz? I like that hat.
Yeah, well, it's good to be back on another ICC. I'm looking forward to the presentations tonight. Should be good.
Very good. And last but certainly not least, our silent partner down there, the silence behind the violence. I'm not sure he's there, but that's our good buddy, strikingly handsome. Look at that. Look at the picture of Petzel right there. He's a drop-dead gorgeous man, and he could also be a mob boss. You don't know. All I'm saying is don't cross him. It's our good buddy Petzel, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got a full slate of action tonight. We're going to get right into it, starting off with our good buddy Edvin. Edvin, what do you have on tap for us this evening, my friend?
A fine IPA.
Well, ask a stupid question.
This is added on tap, so now I have this. I bought the worst tech I could ever buy, I think. The most useless stuff. But it seems like a good idea at the time. It's a Pico Micro Mac. Everybody needs one, I'm sure. It's based upon the Raspberry Pi Pico. And it's got an adapter board I'll change cameras here so you can see it.
Oh, multicam. I love it.
Man,
As we're going multicam.
he's
And
muscling
it's,
in on our gimmick.
let's see. But I haven't got OBS, so it's going to suck.
That's
2
okay.
seconds.
OBS
there you
is
go.
no guarantee of not sucking, I can assure you.
Come on.
Beautiful.
Oh, there you go. So that's the Pico side, and then you have the adapter. And the adapter adds a VGA output and a power input. So you use the micro USB on the Pico to connect the mouse and keyboard. Sadly, I didn't have I had an adapter, this one, but it didn't work. So I'm only having a mouse. But hey, a mouse on a Mac is fine. We'll boot it up, and it actually boots really quick. If I could just find the power input there. Let's see. Oh, jeez. My eyes are not working. Let's see.
I've been there.
It's in.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, it's instant.
That was fast.
Yeah, it is fast. And then you're presented with a glorious black and white image. Back in the day, this was top notch.
And what OS is that emulating? Is that 7.1?
No, it's 3 point something.
Okay.
So it's really early. But you have some games. So sadly, there's no sound yet, and there is no writable memory. So no saving of the high scores. But that's probably something they're going to work on. But I do not think I'm going to buy anything else for this because it's cute. It's cheap-ish. It was $20 for the Pico and for the adapter, ready soldered. If you want to go just the adapter, it's $10.
That is cheap. That's incredibly cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you could put this in all kinds of stuff.
You know, not being a Mac aficionado like some of you guys are, like, what am I in terms of Mac? Like, where am I in the timetable of this Mac? Like, what is
83, I think, something like that.
So, like original, you're talking Mac Classic, 128K.
Yeah.
This looks like an 84 Mac, maybe a Plus.
Yeah, because this Pico has, I think it's 200 and something K built in.
Yeah, so if it's only got if it's 250, if it's 256, then yeah, it's original Mac or that's it. So,
Yeah.
what do you play on that
So that's
thing?
my useless tech today.
What are you doing with that thing? I mean, like, what action are you doing on that?
Most likely, I'm gonna put that in a box.
that's
the
my
right
action.
answer.
That's what I do.
If
And then put
anybody
that
wants
box
one-
back to Amazon.
If anybody wants one, I'll post it to you.
So let me get this straight. I just want to make sure I've got this in my head. You paid $20 for that, and effectively, it's a Mac Classic.
Yeah,
I mean, that seems like
it
a
is.
pretty decent deal, isn't it? Am I wrong? That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
What kind of games?
kind of
Well,
Did they have any good games on the Mac Classic? I played a couple, but I mean, are there? What would one want a Mac Classic to do if you're an enthusiast?
That's my point. My point is, why would you want a Mac Classic?
I
It
think
ain't
it'd be
got no
really
color,
cool
man.
because a lot of those Mac Classics just got bad caps and are dead. I think it'd be great if you had a dead one, you could just pull it out and replace the guts with that. I think it's awesome.
Yeah,
You know,
that's a good
the
idea.
Macs had lots of, like the Amiga, and their 50-year-old caps. And a lot of times getting into those Macs to fix them. So, yeah, no, that'd be awesome.
Is the Mac? Is that the kind of Mac I sold at Boat Fest? Whoever was there with that,
No, that's the Mac you sold in Boat Fest was much newer.
Really?
You sold a Mac Classic.
Okay.
A Mac Classic is from like 91 or something.
Tell
like
I'm not
that.
a Mac
No,
guy.
that's like the Mac you bought from me, Boat.
The Mac that I got from Josh is like that Mac.
Now, the Mac that you can emulate with the Amiga, where is that? The sort of the same kind of Mac?
Oh yeah, you can
No,
emulate
no.
that on the Amiga, no problem.
Yeah, you could emulate this, but on the Amiga, you could emulate the much better systems. the Power PC. If you had the Power PC card, you could go all the way. So.
Oh wow.
It still seems. I mean,
Yeah, I got a Vampire, and it's got fantastic Mac emulation in it.
yeah.
Yeah.
To the coffin, yeah.
To me,
But I think I got for $20
Yeah.
to have a fully functioning
Yeah.
retro computer emulation experience, even with limited usability. I mean, I would probably buy one of those if you stuck it in a cool case. I would buy one of those for every retro computer. It's a cool thing to have.
And it's
Or
cool
you could
taking
3D
something
print
as,
a case.
That's right. That's right.
it's super neat to take something as cheap as a Raspberry Pi Pico that's like $10 and then just add a card to it. Like I've got the A8 Pico cart right here, and it made something that is normally $50 for an ultimate cart almost obsolete for about $20. But
Yeah, so those Raspberry Pi, which is it? Raspberry Pi Pico. That's the one that goes into there, right? So those are readily available for $10 a pop. That's crazy.
look how snazzy. Nice light show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
that's nice.
Cylon edition.
Yeah,
the
it's
Knight Rider edition.
the Solace board in Amiga 1200.
While we've got you, while you've got the floor, Evan, I got to ask you because I know you've got all the nice toys, and your Amigas are all juiced up. What's next? What's next on your hit parade? Do you have a project upcoming that you're looking to get into for one of your classic machines?
Yes, I have. Let's see here. I have a CD TV,
Yes.
which I'm having problems with.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. So I have problems with the LCD panel.
Yeah.
Or LED panel it is. But I've installed Terrible Fire 536, I think it is, in there. And that was working for a day or two, and then it didn't work. So now it's back on with its guts out. So that's my project, and I have actually had another project. Was the soft modding? Oh, look at all this!
Look at that.
Soft modding in Xbox.
Oh,
You gotta come
the
with the
old
fat boys
Xbox.
there.
So I had to do the change the ID hard drives while they were on. So that was fun.
Are you gonna soft mod that thing, or you got to get some hardware to stick in there, Edvin?
No, I soft modded it.
Yeah.
So I already did it. Yeah.
I've been following what the comings and goings in the classic Xbox community. There's some pretty interesting new stuff that's out hardware-wise for these things. They've pretty much got them figured out after all these years. So it's funny. I've had about 10 Xboxes in my lifetime, but they seem to get violently sold when I need money. So that's usually how it goes. That's good stuff, Edvin. I like that, man. Very good. And like I said, for $20, I mean, heck, you can't beat it. The way I look at it, I'm with Boat on that one. Good stuff there, Edvin. And say hi to your brother for us next time you see him.
I will.
I want to point out, in case you're wondering, down in the corner there, that's Jason Warrens. He's actually recapping a CoCo 3 right in real time, if you will, right as we are going through ICC. So every once in a while, you'll see him down there toiling around. So I think the next thing we're going to have a look at, with the help of Dave Z there, if you think you can queue up a video, we got a video in from Pajaco. Pajaco, where was it he said he was today, Boat? He's somewhere super cool.
He's in Portugal.
He's in Portugal. Have you been there? Anybody been to Portugal?
Nope.
No, nobody? I never get to go nowhere. So I don't know what you do in Portugal, but I'm pretty sure it's probably a lot more interesting options than I have here at Hurricane. Nevertheless, he sent down a video for us, and we're going to check it out right now. It's about a 12-minute video. We got this thing ready to go, Dave?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to give this a whirl, everybody.
Hi everybody, it's Paul again. I'm going to be doing an ICC video using the MISTer and something I bought about 10 years ago that should be pretty cool, kind of pointless, but then most of what I do is anyway. So let's crack on. So this is my MISTer setup. It's currently in the kitchen because the TV.
Man, that looks so good.
TV playing games on the real computer. Actually, this is pretty much my main console. I play most of what I play these days on the MISTer. The thing I was banging on about that I bought, as it turns out, 11 years ago was this. This is the Retro, or be more precise, the Retro 2. I actually bought it, oh god, I'm doing the behind the camera thing just like a real YouTuber, mum, because a friend of mine, and I won't go into too many details, had a prototype cartridge of a Sega Mega Drive game, and we wanted to try and preserve it and leak it onto the internet without any trace back to us. So he managed that. I'm not going to say what it is because I always promised I wouldn't, but you know, get me drunk in a pub and I'll probably tell you. Anyway, so what is this thing? So first and foremost, you can see that it's got SNES connectors on it and 9-pin connectors. So I've already kind of given part of the thing away with the Mega Drive link. Crack it open and it is a basically a cartridge reader. It's a ROM dumper, so you can do Mega Drive or Genesis cartridges here. You can do SNES cartridges or Super Famicom cartridges here, and then of course you can play your game cartridges on your computer using an emulator, because way back when I got this, the MISTer didn't even exist as a thing. So yeah, it was quite good. I've tried it out. You can use Fuse or whatever emulators and just use your old carts. The only thing it won't really do is if you've got any cartridges that have got specialist hardware, like some of the 3DFX stuff, and I think like the Virtua Racing on the Sega Mega Drive with the 3D chip, it's not going to work on that. It is purely a ROM dumper, and the way that it works, and I'll cut some video in on the PC, is effectively you plug this in. It's a USB device, and effectively what happens is the PC just sees it as a USB drive. So what we actually did with the cartridge that we wanted to preserve, we just plugged it in and we just pulled the ROM image off. Job done, and then it got put onto the internet, and now you can actually buy manufactured, in inverted commas, cartridges of it on AliExpress. So I was thinking, would it be possible to use this with the MISTer and actually use real cartridges? And if you go online, there are a few people that say, yeah, you can do it, but it's going to be super slow. Oh, what's the point? You can't do it. Why don't you just load a ROM? The reason I want to do it is because that's why. So I'm going to get set up and then I'll show you how it works. So the Retro is plugged into the MISTer via that little USB plug there. Basically, I've got to expose it to the filing system so the cores can get at this as a USB drive. So I need to press F9 to drop out to the Linux filing system. There we go. And I need to log in as root with 2 O's, Paul. And then I need to type in my password. And then you need to list your devices. So the first thing you need to type in is LSBLK, LSBLK, and that basically lists all the devices connected. And we can see that I have got a USB drive connected to USB 1. So USB 0 actually in this case is my SSD drive, because I run all my off-site backups on the USB drive. So I want to basically mount this drive here, USB 1. So to do that, you then go to the games directory, cd/media/fact/games, do ln-s/media/USB 1 in my case. But I just wanted to show you the command. That now basically makes the Retro drive available to the core. So I'll show you how this works in practice. Right, so classic Sonic the Hedgehog is in. The Retro can see something's in there because the light is now up. So go into my Mega Drive core, and then we need to load a ROM. So it comes up, I think, as an MD ROM on this, if I'm not mistaken. So we need to go up a couple of directories just to get to USB 1, and again there, going to USB 1, and there we go. So it's seeing that as Sonic the Hedgehog 264A.bin. So we hit return, and it's a little bit slow obviously because it's an old USB device, so it's basically just reading the ROM off into memory. It's no different than reading the ROM off somewhere else. And we are in, boom. And that is the Retro reading ROM, and it should work with the Japanese version as well. So we'll test that now just to be on the safe side. So here we are again. We've got a Japanese Sonic plugged in. We're going to go into the MISTer menu. And there it is. So a FC7 this time. So again, it's going to take a little while because it's reading it off the cart. And I have plugged in a Mega Drive controller. Let's see if it works. I've got to try and play this one-handed now. So here we go. This should be fun. Oh. So yeah, it works. So So pretty cool. The next thing I'm going to try, now I didn't have much luck with this earlier in the week, as like we said before, this has actually got ports in it for running the joystick. So this is the control dock slice from Maheba, if you want such a thing. But we should, in theory, according to the online experts, be able to use the controller in here as well. So we are plugged in directly to the thing, and this should work in the MISTer menu, and it kind of does, but yeah, the buttons don't work properly. And if you then try to define the joystick, oh, okay, seems to be working now. It took a little while, so we're going to do same again. Now I'm power cycling and bits and pieces in between, swapping things in and out just out of safety. It may be fine, it may be not, but don't want to blow my MISTer up unnecessarily. Right, so we've now got this controller, Bosch, plugged into this, so hopefully it seems to work. It's not the most responsive though, so yeah, I had some trouble with it earlier in the week, so I would say it's not particularly reliable. If you've got one of these and you plug it into your PC, absolutely fine. It just seems to be something that the MISTer's not a huge fan of. So power down again, and we're going to look at something on the SNES. Right, so we're back again. We've reset. We're in the Super Famicom core, and yes, I've got Super Mario Kart. This isn't plugged in backwards. This is how you do it in the Retro. I did actually plug in one the wrong way round earlier in the week and nearly pooped myself, but everything's okay. I tried it earlier in the week with this copy of Jungle Strike. Going to try it with Mario Kart. Actually haven't tried it yet. Got my Famicom pad ready to roll, so let's see if we can do it. Right, Bosch. Here, USB 1. Oh, there we go. So it can see it, so this should be good. Now, when I did this earlier in the week, this happened. Now, I thought everything had crashed, and it may do with... Oh, there we go. And then it just seemed to take a little while. So it seems to be a bit slower on the SNES carts. Don't know why, but there you go. So that's the SNES cart loaded in through the Retro on the thing. And then, in theory, playing one-handed again. This could be fun. Right. Yeah, I'm not going to be playing that, but yeah, that works. So you can see she's kind of leaning, the buttons work, so it all works fine. Yes, I've got a Super Control dock again plugged in around the back so I can use these things. I'll try the SNES controllers in this just to see if it does work. I haven't tried this yet, but I'm expecting the same sort of thing. So yeah, SNES pad plugged into the side of the Retro, into the MISTer, and yeah, it's not very responsive. Again, I don't know why this is. It would be cool if we could get it working, because other people says it should. Okay, back again, just one more thing. We've now got, don't know if you can see that, as Jungle Strike plugged in, and we're back in the Super Famicom menu. We're going to load down, and again, see what happens. This did happen last time. Goes black for a while, you think it's crashed, and then actually it loads. Now, it's worth noting that if you are using Secure FTP, you can actually see this drive as just a USB drive. So if you really wanted to, you could connect it to your MISTer, drag the ROM off into your normal ROMs folder on your SD card or whatever you're using to store your games on here, and then just use it from here on in without needing to plug the cartridge in. Again, this is largely a pointless exercise. It's just to see if we can do it, and yes, we can. Took forever. I hit F12, and then I don't know whether that was lucky or what, but there you go. So there you go, yeah, playing this. I mean, in one hand, it's not really cool because I'm trying to record it, but yep, you can see it's perfectly playable. Well, I guess it is. Boom, just launched a missile near the White House. Awesome. So yeah, there we go. So that seems to work. Now, I've got one last thing to try. Now, I have already tried this. It's worth noting that this Retro, doesn't only just do the Mega Drive and the SNES Famicom stuff. It'll also do Master System, it'll also do N64, and it'll also do a range of Game Boy carts with a bunch of add-on cards. So I think they just plug into one of these and it does some stuff. And yeah, I mean, the N64 one actually also supports, as you can see in this picture I'll put in, controller ports and everything else. Just out of interest, if you want to use N64 controllers, snack adapter for the win. These work perfectly, so yeah, if you've got a MISTer, get yourself one of those. But getting back to the point, Paul, what if... Woohoo! Master System adapter for the Mega Drive. So in theory, because it's just a pass-through, there you go, this should work. So I'm going to have to take the case off because, yeah, the back and everything gets in the way. So let's see what happens. Right, so we're all set up again. Just did a quick take, realised I'd forgotten to plug the Retroid into the MISTer. So, yeah, there you go. You can see it kind of plugged in. It's seen the cart. We've got the awesome black belt plugged in. So I'm going to start with the Mark III. Sega Mark III is the Japanese Master System, better system. It's got a better audio chip. So, Sega menu. This is what it did last time. It came up as noname.cc1C1. Expecting this to bomb out. This is exactly what it did before. So, yeah, it looks like it's attempting to load very slowly. And then, yeah, you just pretty much get a black screen. So it doesn't really do anything. And that's exactly what happened with Global Gladiators, to be honest. So I'm not going to bore you and go through the same thing again. Now, I don't know if it's something to do with this. I genuinely don't know enough about this adapter. I just assumed it was or thought it was just a pass-through. Clearly it isn't. As I alluded to earlier, there are other adapter cards that will take Master System adapters. And I'm tempted to get one just to try it out, just to see. But we'll leave it for now. So getting back to the whole cartridge thing, and there is a kind of way to load any type of cartridge in if you want that old style feeling. You're probably going to guess what this is. Yep, it is Paul's Super Mega ROM Cartridge System 8000. So yeah, if you want to load in your hooky copy of Mega Drive Super Mario, you just plug it into the Super Mega System 8000. There we go, and then it's loading. So actually, yeah, this is the SNES version of Super Mario All-Stars. So what is this Super Mega ROM Cartridge 8000? Well, you can see just about flashing away in there. It's effectively a MacGyvered tap-tube system. I literally got the other day and not had a chance to explain what this does if you don't know. It uses NFC tags, and it's also available in the system right now. So all I did was running from this hooky cart, glued in an NFC tag inside the cartridge. It is completely reversible. I've used double-sided tape to stick it in. I didn't actually realise these came with double-sided tape on already, so that makes your life a lot easier. And yeah, just pop that in your cartridge shell if you can get it apart. No one's ever going to see it. It's completely invisible, completely reversible, and then you can just get yourself, you know, one of these NFC readers. I think that cost me less than £10 on AliExpress, and these tags come in a box of these for a couple of quid, so you can just bung these in a whole bunch of your favourite cartridges and just do it that way. I was also going to say, along with the Retroid, which is, you know, getting on 10 years old now, there is a new system called the Open Cart Reader, I think, which I stumbled across while looking up stuff for the Retroid, and that seems to do a lot more stuff, and they're more readily available than the expensive Retroid. So if you really want to try this on a proper cart reader and dump some of your own cartridges just for doing it that way, is it worth doing? Is it worth going out and spending a couple of £100 on one of these just so you can load cartridges in? No, not really. But if you want to, the option is there. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Well, that ruled.
There you go.
Yep.
Wow.
Special thanks to Pajaco for his. That's my kind of sketchy tech right there. Just screwing around with weirdness, high weirdness. I'm going to have to drop him a note so he didn't test the card reader on the adapter. I'd like to see that thing get kicked in. Maybe get that thing working. But still, fun stuff. Has anyone tried hooking up one of these card readers to their MISTer? It's sort of all the rage with a certain group of people. But it's one of those things where it makes no sense, but I can see why it's popular. Has any of you guys attempted that project? No, nobody on that one. Anyone ever think how it might be cool to try, but maybe not? No, it's interesting, the card reader thing. I think it's kind of neat.
The RFID thing, that seems awesome. Yeah, I want to build. I want to have a 3D printed thing where you can put in like all the different carts. Yeah, that looks fantastic.
You know,
I thought that was cool.
It reminds me of my old jukebox argument where it's like, you know, you could have a jukebox with like 145s in it that takes up as the size of a washing machine in your living room, or you could just have an MP3 player that big. Look who's here! What are you doing here? We just played your video.
Live from Portugal.
Muted.
No audio, Pajaco. No audio.
You're
I
muted.
heard him. He said he was live from somewhere, right?
No, that
He's
was
just really low, I
that was
think.
Edvin dubbing.
He's live from the land of no sound.
Mic input on Discord.
Yeah.
I bet he's got the web client.
Yep, undoubtedly.
You got to give the guy credit for popping in from Portugal vacation. Looking good, but silent. Maybe he's hanging out
nothing
with
yet, buddy.
Petzel.
He's gone.
Let me make sure I don't have him silenced. No, I don't. So, for once, it's not my fault on this one.
You got the 5 icons at the bottom of the screen. The one over the mic, you hit the arrow up. You got to select your device.
If you need tech support, this is the crew right here. Hey, I see Reflection just popped in too. What's up, man? Thanks for popping in. We're happy to see you. Let me ask you, just wave your head yes or no, Pajaka. Are you going to hang around for a while? Okay, then while you figure out what's going on over there, I'm gonna have a look at the docket here and see what we got next on the docket. With Happy not being in here yet, what we'll do is we'll just scoot right over to Adam. Adam, you were barely made it in today, but you actually pulled something together. What do you got going on out in your neck of the woods, my friend?
So I thought I'd talk about October 5th. We have the next version of our Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club. This one's going to be 6 hours long, and then we just kind of do the same thing every time. We just have people exhibit. We have swap meet. This time around, we're having a Windows 98 LAN party. And people are encouraged to bring their favorite spooky games because it's October. And I thought I'd go through just some of the stuff we did the last time around because we had such a different scope of people. And what we're hoping for this time around is we're going to have, I have a feeling we're having about 50 people with a large gamut from all the way from PCs. That was what was really surprising about July. Our meet then was everybody was using PC stuff. So I thought I'd go through a few pictures. Steve Nowicki, who's from the Mid-Michigan Retro Computer Club, he provided this flag for us for absolutely for free.
That's a looker. I mean, that's gorgeous.
It is.
It's beautiful.
Yes,
I love it.
That's 4 foot by 6 foot.
That's dandy.
And we just put it in front of the venue.
Did he come up with the design and whatnot on that?
So no, that was my design from the website.
That's good work, man. I like that.
Yep. So, and I thought I'd just show kind of what we had. This is what I was displaying. I finished this machine at Boatfest. I installed this CF card adapter and a XT-IDE card. Then I just picked up this guy. I picked this up new in box. It was a NEC Direction Pentium 2 computer for $20.
Oh, new and it had been
new
used?
New in box.
Holy smokes.
Everything was still wrapped in plastic, shrink wrap plastic. And then I had we were talking about Macs. This is the kind of stuff you be kind of playing with that with Edvin's little Mac Pico deal.
Yeah. That's
and then I had my Apple II setup. I'll show you some more stuff from these guys. These are a local group of twin brothers that make a bunch of cards. This is my current project that I'm working on. This is the last series of Tandy PCs. These were actually made by AST. This was like 1992, right before Tandy shuttered. So I've been working on that, trying to get, this is a 1-speed CD-ROM, and this tray here is a manual insert and remove tray. For you to pull the disc out, you have to push in this tray and allow the CD to stop spinning. It always spins at 1 speed. So as soon as you plug a disc in, it just always spins. There's no pausing.
I haven't seen one of those forever, and it's that stupid Sensation logo. When I looked up, I'm like, oh my God, I remember that. I hadn't thought about that for a long time.
Yep. These are the Auger brothers, and they're going to be coming out with a website called 8bitdevices.com. It's up right now, but he's going through. He does a lot of Atari 8-bit stuff and Apple II expansions. For example, over here, he's running an A8 Pico cart that he makes. Here, he just has like an $8 adapter that he's attached to this this small netbook, this ancient netbook that nobody uses anymore. and he can run just about any software through the SIO port on an Atari 8-bit computer. So for $8, you could pretty much run everything. And then this one here is just a clear case with a bunch of their cards inside of it. There's a VGA card, A2 VGA card that's running on this Dell monitor. These guys built their own Apple II Plus. They made the motherboard and everything but the drive controller in this Apple II setup. And then they make all these parts. We've got this is a Apple II smart port card. This is a A2 VGA card. They just did an A2 HDMI card, so your Apple II, your Apple II Plus, your Apple IIe can now run HDMI out directly from the board. And that's those guys. And then I have a local Commodore collector who comes in and he refurbishes Commodore 64 128s and sells gob tons of them. So he was selling this setup, this 128 setup he had refurbished.
Did that setup include a monitor?
Yeah. No, the monitor was 125,
Okay.
and then the Commodore I think was $100.
I was going to say, because I'll take 4 if that's the whole setup.
That's a good deal on a monitor.
His prices are great though. He was doing it was between, depending on condition, 125 to 150 for Commodore 64s in the box. Some of them were in like mint condition, and he'll go through and he'll either put new power supplies with them, or he'll go through and he'll update the existing power supply.
Wow.
He sold this 128. He had this Commander X16. He's going to start programming for that as soon as he retires, which is in a few years. And his newest project was this IBM. I can't remember the model number, but it's their portable XT model.
Is that amber screened luggable? Is that what I'm looking at here?
Yep.
Yeah.
It was funny. He had just got this a couple days prior and plugged it in and didn't realize that he had it on. It didn't turn on. And then probably about, I think it was like 45, 50 minutes into the show, it just magically started working again.
Hey, I got a couple people asking, what did that 128D end up selling for? Do you know?
I think that because it came with the monitor, I think it was right around $400, maybe $350.
Not a bad deal.
That's not a bad deal, especially with the 1902A monitor.
I love that's a C64 I could get behind. I like the look of those.
Yep. And then we had this was the surprising thing was our normal crew, most of them were out of town. But these Mid-Michigan guys all showed up, and everybody was really into the PC stuff. So we've got an IBM PS2. This is a K-Pro branded XT clone. This person had this was a Gateway 2000 PC running some export PC 9801 clone games. There's another Gateway.
I just picked one of those up. Amazing.
And all these guys here were playing multiple games of this is some like post. It's a modern. It's weird. It's like a modern D-make, and it's a MMORPG, but it can also be played as a LAN party game. So they were playing a bunch of that stuff. They played some Quake. They played some Unreal Tournament. This is Steve. I got a side picture of him. That was the guy that made the sign. There's another one over at the wall. And then we have one guy who is just really really ambitious. Does all these crazy projects. When he saw that Adrian's Digital Basement had completely gutted a television and put this Alibaba TV mod, and he was like, I gotta do it too. So he wound up them. Ended up putting not just composite and S video. He ended up putting RGB with it as well. So that's a Apple II running RGB to this monitor. And then he did an RGB mod on this. And he's got his 10-year-old nephew into classic computers. This is his nephew's computer. So we had like 10-year-old kids there. So that's really cool to see all these kids that are wanting to start to mess with old tech. And I'd say this thing here drew the most attention. This is an oscilloscope that is running a program through a small PC back here, but it's just feeding basically data to run this oscilloscope, and the noise that's made off of the oscilloscope makes music. And it's incredible. If you go to youtube.com/@ oh my gosh, I think it's SE Vintage. No, SE, yeah, SE Vintage CC. I've got a video of this up there too. So and then this guy gets into all sorts of like obscure this is an Apple I clone. But he gets into all sorts of like really obscure stuff that's way above my head. And yeah, that's really about it. Like I said, the next one's coming up in October. We got 2 more hours. And yeah, I'm excited. And I'll share some more of that stuff on the Amigos Discord server and have a video up as well.
You've got to be very gratified, man, because I remember how long you wanted to get this thing cooking. I mean, and now you've got it firing on all cylinders up there. If you're drawing 50 people to these and they're bringing that stuff, it's amazing.
What's awesome is there's been so much help from the community. Frank from Retro Rewind donated $500 the first go around. And that ended up paying for the first 3 shows. And then he bought a bunch of Amiga stuff that paid for a couple other stuff. And all of this has been done completely free of charge. So no one has had to pay $1 to get in the door. And no one has to pay $1 to do anything. We've made relationships with local distributors of vintage hardware. It's been just really cool. We've tied up with 2 different clubs. There's a Michigan video game show that happens about an hour from here, and they're going to have a presence at this show too. It's just been really cool. I think it's been really refreshing to have a community in this area because everything washed up. There used to be a Commodore club. There used to be an Apple club and an Amiga club in Michigan, all in like the late 2010s. And it all washed up when COVID hit, and none of them have come back. And I know a lot of the guys that are in the club, including the guys from 8-Bit Devices, were part of those clubs, and they were just so happy to have something locally again. And we're getting people from all over the state. We got people coming from 2 hours from the north to us, people coming from Ohio. The furthest person was in chat here. That was Petzel. He's come to a bunch of these too. So hopefully I see some of you guys eventually.
Hey, I would love to get up to one of those. And I know Boat would too. That's right up our alley, isn't it, Boat?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's unbelievable to me. I mean, it really shouldn't be because like you said, Adam, Michigan is not a sparsely populated state. There's a lot of folks. There's a lot of tech-minded folks there. And so it's good that you've been able to put together, join together all the strings that sort of fell apart after COVID and kind of cross all the streams together into one mega event.
Very good stuff. Speaking of high technology, we've just been joined by our resident high thinker from way out. I'm going to give you the floor as he steps in just in the nick of time. It's Happy Coding. What's going on, Happy? How are you, man?
Hey, boys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good. How's everybody?
Super duper happy. We're happy you got in, man. How's everything? Tell
Yeah.
everybody where you're at in the world. I'm not sure people understand. We usually get happy on early because I mean where he's at, it's infinitely later than everywhere else.
Yep, it's currently just coming up to 2 a.m. here in sunny Central Asia, Kazakhstan, where I live. So, former Soviet Union. And yeah, happy to be here. Happy to add to the international flavor, right?
Beautiful, beautiful. What do you got for us this month, Happy?
Well, some of you probably know. I mean, I'm always cooking up something. But yeah, I have my conversion of Scramble that I've been working on. But I actually wanted to start, if it's okay. I got two things,
sure.
But I can do them both in half the time, maybe. So
I'm going to click on your video here. I guess you're ready for that. Let me find it here. Well, maybe not.
Let me just. Okay, so the first thing. This time of year is the absolute busiest time for me in terms of my kind of retro hobby, I suppose, because in November, for the last 2 years, and going to be this year, I come over to the UK, and I'm in the UK for 2 or 3 weeks, just mainly to visit the family. But I kind of time it. Fortunately, I do it to also renew my visa, and it ties in with the Crash Live event, in November, which is in Kenilworth. Last year, actually, there was also an event in the cave with John, and we got to meet in person, didn't we?
It's hard to
John?
believe it's been a year already.
Yeah, it'll be coming up for that. It's about 10 months, isn't it? But it's not, yeah. So 3 years ago, I suppose, a little bit more. Myself and a friend of mine, Andy, we set up a little kind of homebrew label that the main thing was just to release our own games, and then it's kind of grown, and we're a kind of loose collective of different coders that we've collaborated with since then to put their games out, and it's been a really fun way to sort of strike a balance between doing something that's really kind of professional and polished without putting too much kind of pressure or deadlines or that kind of thing that can sometimes spoil the fun, so and so we put out, up until now, we put out 5 games each year in a collection, and the whole thing is in a package so that you can buy all 5 games and support all the I say artists, there are artists involved, but you can support everyone involved all at once, right? So it's a real sort of collective effort, if you like. And the real nice thing about it is that most of us come to the event and people can meet us, and we get to meet the people that enjoy the work that we do, and we really make it into something that's a lot more social, And I'm sure John and Aaron, you'll agree, that you start off things like this thinking that it's all about the computers, but very quickly you realize it's all about the people,
Absolutely, man.
And
for me, it's always been about the money.
Boy, you're in the wrong line of work, Boat.
Well, listen, I tell you what, though, I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's actually it doesn't make a huge amount, but it actually does help, because it costs me anything up to like $1,000 to get to the UK, because there's no budget flights or anything like that. So it does help with that. But no, it's all about the people, and you kind of spend the year working and working on little projects and coming to things like this and meeting the people and everything. So it's really great. Now I'm not going to reveal the 5 games this year yet, because I know what they are, but it's not 100% ready. But the nice thing is that this year because people started to get to know what we were all about and our kind of ethos, we were approached. There's a guy called Mark Harrison, who does some artwork for Crash and things like this, and he approached us saying that that this guy Colin Stewart had made. Now, Colin Stewart is like a proper old school guy from the early days of the Spectrum. It's like my favorite period really is like the sort of 82 to 84 period. I mean, that's obviously, I was a kid at the time, and that's the time that I found most exciting, I suppose, when I was a kid too. But yeah, for me, it's the real kind of, 1982 was kind of like the 1977 of for video games, of what it was to like punk music, right? It was like this period in the UK where it became possible for young, adolescents, teenagers, whatever, to kind of express themselves and create games. And a lot of these, obviously Matthew Smith is probably the most famous example of that, but there were several others who, Colin is one of those guys, and there's another guy called Bob Hamilton who wrote games like The Pyramid and Backpacker's Guide to the Universe. And I've also become really good friends with him over the last year, and I'm going to be interviewing him at Crash, talking about his sort of work.
Nice.
So that's really nice, and we're going to be re-releasing some of his games as well. But it kind of got us thinking about, we didn't just want to do a re-release of Colin's games. He had a couple. He'd rewritten one of his games and finished another one that was like one of those that was never finished. There's a lot of that in the history of these computers. There's often these games that were never released or never finished. So one of them is this game called Frankenstein, like the kind of play on words, and the other is called I guess it's Dr. Acula, right? So that was the two classic monsters. And as I said, we didn't just want to do a re-release, and we also felt that we didn't just want to do a kind of do something with, like people do lots of things like badges and posters and bits and pieces like this. I mean, it's kind of fun, but it turns out it's the 40th anniversary of the release of the first game. So we said, well, why don't we put together a kind of package which kind of commemorates the release of the game, and see what we can include in there that could be, I mean, it's like feelies, but kind of more interesting feelies, I suppose, maybe. So things that are a little more historical. I mean, some of you that know me will know that I'm a kind of history graduate, and I'm really passionate about history in general, but also love video game history. And I really love the social history at the time of the UK that I lived through myself. That whole kind of, it was a tough. There was a really high unemployment. It was a really tough time in the early 80s in the UK, and the video games, the emergence of computers and video games was a real kind of opportunity for kids my age to feel like there was something in the future for them, So that's something that I'm really interested in, and so I wanted to see if we could put something together that could reflect that, I suppose, in some way. So. So I'll show you first of all. It's been a while since I've used this, so let me just see if I can. So this is the package that we put together. That's right. You guys see that?
Yep, I'm pulling it up. I got it.
Okay. So this is like a box set thing that we're releasing, right? And it comes in, the cassettes are in this really nice sort of stylish package, And we really, it's a fairly, not a hugely long story, but yeah, figuring out what to do with the package took us a little while. I had some friends in China, and we were trying to see if we could get something done. We talked about doing it as releasing it in a coffin, like a coffin shape with the cassettes in it, which I think it would have been fun, but it actually, what we came to realize is that what we could do here is, this could be like the first of a new set of collections, right? So we already have the 5 that we do each year, like the annual collection, But then I thought, well, we could do these specials, which we call like the Midnight Brew Special. Midnight Special is a kind of little musical reference as well. And those are going to be like featuring a particular coder or a particular character, and each one will be collectible. So there'll be similar boxes that people can then stack in a set if they want to collect all of them, And that's another really nice thing about the label and the way that it's very, we kind of cut out the middleman, if you like, and it's very much coders like myself and artists like Andy, and he writes games too, working directly with other coders to put out this work and make sure everyone gets the proper credit, right? Because a lot of people in the early 80s when these games came out, we all know the games, right? But we don't always know the names of the people behind the games, and the people that do the artwork and the graphics and the loading screens and all of that stuff, So we really try to make sure that everybody gets proper recognition for the contributions that they make to that, and put it together that way. So what we've done is we first of all we got I don't know if I can get this up in the right order. So no, sorry, that's not the right order. But okay, so you can see here that this is included. We're going to have a set of documents that sort of historically show a few things regarding the game. So we've got like the original advertisements that were in the magazines at the time, and the cover is also reversible. So if you want to do like a 2024 or 1984 reversible cover, so you can switch it over. So this is like the original cover, and you can see the cover there. That's the modern cover. Incidentally, those of you that are horror fans might recognize we actually took this shape is actually taken from the original. I'm a big fan of Fritz Lang, actually. So this is from did Fritz Lang direct Nosferatu? I don't think he did, actually. This is taken from Nosferatu anyway. So
from the dialogue cards. It's a good idea.
I'm a big fan of German Gothic cinema from the 1920s. So
that one's the king. That's for sure. That's a great film.
Yeah, so that's taken from that, and the original text was something like "Your wife has a beautiful neck," So yeah, we wanted to get a feel of that, and there's a lot of little references that we do with that. So there's that, and then this one is interesting because this is some of you would probably know Oliver Frey, who's a very well-known artist in the UK, sadly no longer with us, and he did most of the artwork for Crash magazine. So he's very well respected and admired certainly in the UK computer scene. He did the artwork in Zap magazine as well, and others. So, but this what he often did when he finished the artwork is he gave them away, right? And so this one, as you can see here, was actually lost. We don't know what happened to the original. Somebody may have it somewhere. Who knows? If someone might come forward, you never know. But it seems unlikely. So what we had to do was take a scan of the magazine, and the artwork was printed in the magazine on the double cover like that. So there were huge, big crease lines right through it, and it wasn't very high resolution. So we had to, we started off with the guy Mark, who I mentioned. He upscaled it and he reconstructed it back to its original. But it also had sort of text, and there was a picture of like a cassette and various things. So there was various bits of the artwork that were obscured. So another friend of mine, Dominic Reardon, he's actually a professional comic book artist. He's done comics, like he's even done stuff like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff like this. And his art style was somewhat influenced by Oliver Frey. He's a big Spectrum fan and Oliver Frey fan. So he loved the idea of being able to restore it and redraw the bits that were missing. So that's how we came up with this postcard, which is included. So it's got a really nice story behind it too. And then on the flip side of that postcard, there was also a competition which ran in at this time 40 years ago, in I think around this time of year. I think it was Halloween 40 years ago. They ran a competition in Crash magazine, which used this image, which is also Oliver Frey. So we had to upscale it. You guys can see these all right, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to check in. Right. So this was a competition in Crash magazine where you had to count the number of forks. You know those kind of old puzzles that you used to get. So you have to count the number of forks, and then whoever the kids got it right would go into a draw to win a copy of the game Frankenstein, right? So what's really cool is that Crash are rerunning this competition next month, and we're going to use the artwork again, and they're going to win a copy of the box that we've just produced, right? So it's a really nice way of kind of bringing that all around as well. So that's that one. I think that more or less covers it. Oh no, and then the other thing that we did is, because we're working very much with the original author, so he's going to be there, and that he's going to sign the boxes for people too, and then they'll get to meet him and stuff. And then we also have, I think, so we got the original graph paper that he used to design the graphics and the sprites and everything like that, right? So, and he still had it, right? But amazingly, so we restored it, and we've improved the kind of the contrast and the visibility of it and everything like that. And there it is, complete, even with the spelling mistakes and everything else. So, and there's another one of those that has level design as well. So the old school way of coding was very much, this is how you did it, right? It's how you did graphics on the Spectrum. You had the graph paper, and you drew it, and there you can see, and these are the graphics that you'll see actually in the game. So that was another really nice touch, and that'll be a recreation of that. And so the whole package really sort of gives you I guess a really nice sort of balance between 1984 and 2024, right? So the idea is to say, well, this isn't just about nostalgia, because we're still doing stuff today. And so we can work with the people that are enthusiastic. We can recover the artwork, and we can restore it, and we can celebrate that, and we can also add stuff, right? So that's the little package we've put together, and that's on sale already now, so you can pre-order it. It's like a limited edition. There's going to be about 100 or so available in total. So it's not a big money spinner or anything like that. It's just a nice package. It's a very niche market, obviously, but it's a nice way to celebrate that 40th anniversary. And hopefully we'll be doing the same thing with Bob Hamilton as well, with the pyramid. And I've got permission from Bob's now a photographer, so he doesn't code anymore, but I've got permission to rewrite his original games. And he also had a trilogy of games called Backpacker's Guide to the Universe, which was very strongly influenced by Douglas Adams, as you can probably guess.
Yeah.
A lot of us who are fans of games of this period are often fans of Douglas Adams too. So I actually visited Douglas Adams' grave actually the last time I was in the UK. So
Happy,
and
before you move on, can you where can people, if they want to pick, because this is quite a collection, where can they obviously the Crash event, but where can they pick this stuff up at?
Yeah, you can. This is at the you can go to the Ko-fi ko-fi/Midnight Brew. And I think if you just search Midnight Brew games, you'll probably find it.
I got it. I'll drop it in the chat.
Thank you, Boater.
Yeah.
Johnny on the spot.
There's a link to the new collection will be out soon.
And what did you say this is going for, Happy?
It's £30, so
okay.
It's not huge. I mean,
did you say so this is not the Frankenstein and Dr. Acula. This is something new that you haven't announced yet, right?
The one that's on site now or
Yeah, this is the
yeah,
Frankenstein.
this is okay. So I'll tell you what's on the tapes, right? There's 2 tapes, and on one of the tapes is Frankenstein Rebooted, right? Which is the original game was written in BASIC and compiled, but this one has been rewritten by Colin and in assembly, so it's a lot faster and smoother. So, and that's never been released on tape before. So he did that about 10 years ago, but it's never been on tape. So that's the first one. And then Dr. Acula, same thing. He finished it last year, and it's never been on tape either. So this is the only way that you can get these games on physical media.
Okay.
Right? They're both available to play on Colin's website, but they're not. Well, in a second, I'll show you one of the games. Because the additional thing is we also have a whole slew of new music that we've added to the game as well.
So just to be clear, Happy, the set you're talking about will be the nice case, the two new tapes, and then the added bonus
Postcards.
material. Yeah,
postcard and the flyer for the adverts for both games, and the artwork, the Oliver Frey artwork, which has been approved, by Chris, who does the Crash magazine.
I think that's a dandy package. Without seeing the games, of course. I mean, I like the package and stuff, but I have to say, being a neophyte in the realm of pixel graphics, it's kind of neat to see how someone sat down and put that together. The little graphic, I like that. I think it's neat that they that you guys dug that up. It's something you don't normally see. I'm not sure I've ever seen that, so it's kind of neat.
Sure. Well, I think I'm not sure if there may have been a few things like that in the Atari 50 package.
Uh-huh.
It's possible, but
I don't have it. So
I guess. Yeah, I think it's a similar vibe. But the nice thing about this is actually physical. So you can actually hold it in your hand and really look at the work that was done, and then you can, when you play the game, you can look at it and look at the game and see it all happening, right?
Very good.
So and also included on the cassette will be the original Frankenstein as well, which is it's compiled from BASIC, so that's more of a historical interest more than anything. But there were 1 or 2 bugs in that game, in the released game, and we've this one is bug free, right? So it's all 3 of them are not with the addition of the music, which I'll tell you about now, but that's none of those are actually available anywhere else currently. So
very cool.
Yeah,
that's great. Just in time for Halloween, man. I believe there's a horrible movie called Dr. Acula, if I'm not mistaken. So the name always struck me as hilarious. Man, he's taking a long draw on that cup, boys. I think there it is. Happy start over. You froze up there after you took a big drink. So start again.
Sorry. So this is a kind of very typical game of the period, and it's not as well. Although personally, I think it's a better game than Manic Miner, which I suppose is.
Uh-oh. It's like Kazakhstan's
saying something, but this is just my opinion.
Your internet's getting a little wonky over there, Hap.
As well as it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's not your fault. Go ahead, just
for a second?
rumble on, brother. Rumble on.
Perhaps it'll. All right, no problem. It'll probably pick up again. So yeah, this is very, very much of its time in a way, in the sense, the graphics. I mean, there have obviously been better graphics on the Spectrum, but the playability is really good, and I think I know your brother Brent is a big fan of this kind of game. Kind of, it's got some elements of Donkey Kong and some elements of. I mean, I know he likes that game Yeti.
Oh yeah. Oh God, he loves that game. Jeez.
So it's it's got a little bit of a feel of that about it too. So let me see. What am I sharing here? It says I think I can. Is that right? I'm still here, right?
Okay, so you have to start again. You just close the stream, so just go start your next bit up. There you go.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Go. You're live.
Okay, so I'm not that good at this game, but we'll get there. So what I want to say is that the original, of course, didn't have any music. So there's a guy called Lee, and I approached him a few weeks ago and asked him if he'd like to do the music for the game, and he was really up for the idea as well. And I said that's fantastic, and I said, but what I really want is I don't just want background music playing. You know how sometimes when you add background music, it just plays, and even during the menu, it just carries on and it doesn't change. Like when you die or different things like this, it just carries on playing the music. So I said, what we really want is like a feeling of like when the game starts, like an arcade game, and then music, and then if you die, it'll change, and if you finish a screen, and you know, because I'm a big kind of arcade fan, so I really like the atmosphere that adds to it. So there's actually something like 8 or 9 tunes in the game. So and it really does make a big difference to the whole experience. So I'm going to start it up. But what I would say, before I start, I'm going to talk about the game a little bit so that you can hear me without the music, right? So
Yep.
the object of the game, the game it goes between odd and even screens, right? And each one is different. I think there's 50 screens in total. So on the odd screen, starting with screen 1, you have to collect the body parts of Frankenstein and put them together to rebuild his body, and then hit the electricity. The interesting thing about that is that although it's a platformer, you can't actually jump on the odd levels. So there are these springs that you can walk on, and then you can move up a level, if you see what I mean. So that's how you move from level to level. So that's a really interesting mechanic, because it means that you have to be very careful and figure out what's the best path to go around and avoid the enemies, because you can't jump over them, right? So that adds a really interesting element. And then in the second part, is when Frankenstein has been built. It's kind of similar to Donkey Kong, where he's throwing barrels, and you have to climb up and reset, and then you go back to a new level where you rebuild. You have to rebuild him again. So it's works like that. Anyway, let's go in, and we'll take it from there, right? So.
Oh.
Right, I've gone the wrong way.
Oh.
You have to watch out for the ice, yeah. You have to collect the body parts in order, right? You can see in the top right, you can see the body being built.
Yes, I love it. That's great.
So I have to get the... I missed. You see, what I have to do here is try to wait for the worm to go past.
Are you activating the springs with your button?
Yeah. That's right. So you have to... You wait on the spring here, and then when the worm goes past, you can go. But I'm in trouble here, because I've got to avoid that thing down the bottom so I can... That blue line is a slide. You see, you can slide down it.
Do you pull down to get down the slide? Is that how it works?
No, you just hit fire the same.
I see.
I just realized I could have gone and collected his legs then just now. So
You just have to run into the body parts to collect them.
Yeah. I should be able to go up here and collect the hands like this. Okay. So you see here, what I'll have to do is just go up here, and then that's it.
There you go.
Okay, we should be able to get to the next level here, hopefully. because of the way that because you have to collect them in order, you have to really figure out the fastest, most efficient way to do it. You know.
Yeah.
So now you see, I could follow. If I follow this, I can't get through there. So I'm gonna have to go this way, and just hope that this one turns around before that one gets back. And you can see I'm running out of time.
I was wondering what was going to happen here.
So the music has changed. I've got 22 seconds. You see it? If you look at the...
Yeah.
Well, I might make it.
Now you have to get up there and hit that plunger, right? Is that the way it works?
That's it. Look, 9, 8, 7.
Yeah.
No, I think that's dandy.
That's very cool. I like that a lot.
I like every part of that. I love that. Now,
So, and now the beast is alive. Now Frankenstein is alive, and on the second level.
Oh.
So you actually woke him up, and now he's trying to screw you? What a jerk!
Yeah.
Hey, that's what Frankenstein does.
I know. And now, how many levels did you say this thing had?
I think there's like 50 levels.
Holy
I'm not absolutely sure, but
Now, Happy, is that rat supposed to be crawling under the platform?
I know. Yeah. Well, the thing is, this is not my game, obviously, but the enemy sprites are random, right?
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, sometimes you get a rat. Oh, this is a weird teleportation system. So you can actually jump.
That
you can jump, but not when you're on the ice. So.
This at some point, the original version of this did get released, right? But
in 1984, 40 years
with no
ago,
music and with a bunch of bugs, and so
and not as smooth because it was compiled BASIC.
I mean, this looks great. I think. You know, I'm a sucker for this sort of game. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, you'll love it. You'll love it. Believe me,
This would be something that needs to make its way over to the next. This it would be huge.
That's good. Well, I mean, you can play this on the next. That's the thing.
Well, yeah, but I mean, make it a little prettier. You know, add a little, little something, some polish, and I mean, this is to me. I mean, anything that you can get on the next is a good thing, and so you definitely keep this going. But it just seems like this game is so good. The concept is so cool. Now, and Colin owns the rights to this, right?
Yeah. Well, obviously, Frankenstein and Dracula are not. They're out.
Yeah. We know from the Universal lawsuit against Nintendo that. But I mean, to me, like this should be a next game. I mean, it looks so good. The concept is so awesome.
It looks great. I have to say,
Well, the thing that what I really hope is that also that people will come to see that. Because people talk about Manic Miner and Chucky Egg, right? And they're really great. They're great fun, right? But this game has never really got the same level of recognition, right? As those, and it is just as good in my opinion. And like I said, the graphics are what they are, but they have a charm, right? Because you've got that thing where he's basically I think 16, 17 when he made it, right? And he did it all himself and did the graphics on graph paper and all that kind of cool stuff. So it's great to kind of bring it to a new audience, I suppose, and that's a big part of what we, I suppose, our ethos with the Midnight Brew label, is to kind of bring people together and celebrate and really, combine the. I just seen. Pajako just bought it. Thank you, Pajako.
That didn't take long.
Just got a little notification.
I love the tunes as well. The tunes are nice.
Yeah, the
Real
tunes
good.
are great. Everything is, it's been such a fun project, and it's so much love coming into it from every side, which is great. And obviously, you make friends, and that's for me it's a wonderful thing because, of course, we can kind of enjoy the nostalgia of playing these old games and stuff, but to kind of use what you know and use the experiences from then and kind of tap into the spirit of that time, but bring it today and use it today to kind of have fun with pals and be creative and rise to challenges and get things done and then get those into the hands of people that are going to enjoy them, right?
Absolutely.
It's really, it's very fulfilling. And then, the best thing of all is when they're finished, and then you go to the event and people queue up and you get to physical copies and meet people physically in, face to face, and kind of press the flesh and chat and all of that stuff. It's wonderful, it really is. Yeah.
Very good. Very
So how
good.
do you go?
That's
how do
why
you
we
go
do
about-
it,
Go ahead,
How do you
Mitch.
go about sourcing? How do you go about sourcing the tapes again, or duplicated and things like that? Is that pretty easy to do?
It is now, yeah, because there are several people that do that, and the cassettes have also had something of a resurgence of musicians too.
Right.
So yeah, there's a website called Band CDs, and that's what we use to kind of produce them. And they're they're really helpful and friendly. I mean, as I said, we initially wanted to see if we could do something via China, so we had like a prototype box made and stuff. But in the end, it was just kind of like it was difficult to have the communication was wasn't there really.
Yeah.
And then we also figured it doesn't really make sense. We would have saved a couple of pounds, and obviously, I mean, the motivation for that was more just so that Colin would get a little bit of money out of it, because I don't think he got much from the original. So
there's no way, Happy, that we can purchase a digital version of this game, is there?
Yes, there will be.
Okay.
There will be. It'll be probably after Crash. We'll be making it available. But
Okay, because I see that it's available for download on World of Spectrum, but I'd love to throw some bucks.
Sure,
as
yeah, yeah.
well.
Well, this is not. This is a new version, right? So,
Right. Okay.
Yeah, this has the music and stuff and the bug fixes. Hey, Bo, will you, since we've got we just had a nice raid. By the way, hello, Raiders. Thanks for coming in. Can you share Happy's link one time to
Absolutely.
the new people? Happy,
Sure
this
can.
looks. I like you got a great, just in time for Halloween gimmick here with this.
Yep, exactly. That was the plan. Well, we've been working on it since April, but we said let's start now in April, and let's try and get it out for Halloween.
Sure.
So that was the plan.
Sure.
So
Very
that
good.
Was, that was pretty good. And hopefully it's going to be the first of several that we're going to do like this.
Yeah.
And £30 for two physical copies of a game and the neat packaging you got. It's an amazing price.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. I think.
Well,
I think
it's not
fair.
like I said. It's not about. We're not trying to make a huge amount here, right? We all of the kind of costs of the distribution and it's a lot of organization actually. I mean, I've been having great fun with it, but I've got like I said, I got like three separate artists, and Colin himself and myself and a musician and a couple of other people, and then liaising with Crash Magazine to get the advert and the competition and all this other stuff, right? So it's,
sure.
I'm kind of used to it because I used to work as a music promoter, so I'm kind of, it's not that different.
You've been down in the mud, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's fun. Yeah.
Very good.
But we're very transparent about it all. Like what we do is we figure out more or less what it costs, right? And then we pretty much sell for roughly twice what it costs, and then we take the profit from that and we split it. So, and then so Colin gets 50% and the label gets 50%, and that's that covers that helps us to cover the distribution and the other work that we do, and we reinvest it back into the work that we do. So it's all very transparent that way.
Very good.
And I think it's fair and good.
I like it, man. Well, there it is, guys. Now listen, you said you had a double. Another thing to talk about. What else do you have cooking, Happy?
Yeah. Let's switch over. So the other thing is, myself. I think last time I was on, I was showing off my Pac-Man game, wasn't I?
Yes.
Which obviously was finished and was
awesome.
well received.
Yeah. It was great.
You know, so
I saw it
that's
everywhere.
going to be. It's not. That's not going to. There's no secret. That's going to be one of the physical games that we're going to do. We do have some other plans actually. We're talking about the digital things. Last year or the year before, we did a digital collection for charity, and we're thinking about doing that again. So we may well be doing a collection. We'll see. I know, Aaron, we were talking about that cassette 50 thing. So
Yes.
we might. This is
Yes.
not. I'm not announcing this, but we're talking about doing like an SD50, right? Which is be like an SD card with 50 games, and that'll be a charity though. That'll be for it's going to be for mental health, men's mental health, or
That's dandy.
middle-aged and older men who struggle with mental health, which is a very common thing.
Yeah.
Particularly amongst geeky guys like us, you know.
Yeah.
So
that's I think that's a good cause, Happy.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll do that. But been tied up with a few other things. But yeah, let me switch over. So I'm sure you'll. Oh, well, I tell you what, I should probably show you. Right, if you guys can just bear with me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Right. Let me see if I can. There's a guy who's doing the loading screen for me, and it's such an amazing loading screen that I really ought to load it in for you because there's a guy called Mac. Last year at Crash, I did a talk about the art of the loading screen, right?
Yeah.
And the Spectrum the memory of the Spectrum is particularly suited to loading screens because the amount of memory the way that it handles it is relatively small amount of memory for what it does because of the attributes, and it creates unique challenges. So it's a kind of unique art form in a way, you could argue. So and there's a guy called Mark Antonio Campos, his name is. He's a Spanish guy.
Yeah.
He's done some absolutely amazing artwork. If you want to have a look on ZX Art, there's a website called ZX Art, and he's to my mind, he's the best modern artist creating loading screens. So
I saw some of his stuff on Twitter, and I was quite astounded.
Yeah. So I approached him and asked him if he'd be up for doing this. Unfortunately, he said yes. Right? You know, he liked the game, and he knew it's actually it's a really nice thing for me because as a coder, because I've done quite a lot of games and people kind of know me a little bit in the community. I mean, I'm not like a huge star or anything, but people know me. I have a little bit of clout, I suppose, and for that reason, when I ask people if they want to work with me, quite often they're happy to, right? Because they know that I'm also in it for the love of it, and I'm not trying to kind of take advantage of people or whatever. So, you know, it's been. I just love collaborating, you know. So that's always a really nice thing. Let me see. Will that
There
work?
it
There you
is.
go. Right.
Oh,
So-
that's dandy. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, that's a really.
That is great.
You give the limitations of the Spectrum. Yeah, it's quite something.
And
so.
what I like about it is he absolutely captured the spirit of the arcade machine. If you've seen the marquee and stuff there, he really did a good job. Excellent.
Yeah. So this game's not finished. There's no collision detection on the ship yet. I mean, those of you that code games, I mean, I imagine that you probably do similar things, but I usually do collision detection fairly near the end, simply because it's a lot easier to test everything if you don't die, right? So you can just fly through and test everything. So yeah. And the thing about Scramble is that there are actually very few conversions of Scramble for 8-bit computers, right? The only official one that I know of is on the Vectrex, as far as I know.
It's quite
and
good
obviously
too.
It is. It's
Yeah.
great. Yeah, I know.
I've got that one.
I used to have a Vectrex, and that was one of my main go-to games.
Yeah, 48K says it's, and he's right. It is one of the more cloned games of all time. Everyone had a version of this or Super Cobra, But you're right. There's not too many official releases, and this game in its day was unbelievably popular.
Yeah, well, this is up there with Pac-Man and Donkey Kong as a hugely influential game. I mean, it's one of Konami's first original big hits that led to the kind of Gradius series and Salamander and various others, which obviously has still to this day, recognized as one of the most influential horizontal shooters.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And this is like the granddaddy of the horizontal shooter, I guess. I mean, obviously Defender is a horizontal shooter too, but not in the same style as this. The whole kind of fly to the right and go through the tunnels and all of that sort of stuff. So, Spectrum fans obviously know Penetrator, which was the most popular clone of the game, but the Spectrum itself is hugely limited in terms of supporting scrolling and all of that kind of stuff. So pretty much all of the clones of Scramble have fallen short of capturing the feel of the arcade, and certainly this is one I've had in mind to do for a few years, and then just recently I wasn't planning to do this so quickly, but just recently I saw the game Wheelie. Right, some of you probably know this game.
Yep.
Right, it's very well known, and I saw this kind of interlaced graphics using the pixels, and I thought, that could be used to do something with Scramble, and maybe I could make that work, right? And then, so I looked at it, and then I thought it's going to be better if you kind of stipple it, make it look like, so it's more suitable for the landscapes. So I started working on that, and that was just a kind of, and again, those of you that code games will know this. Sometimes you just think you just want to have a fool around and just do some code and see if you can solve that problem, right? See if you can make it work. And it was a very similar experience I had as with Pac-Man, because I didn't want to do a Pac-Man game until I figured out how to do the maze in the way that it would work, right? And those of you that were here last time will remember that I came up with a few solutions to that enabled the maze to work without attribute clash and to have the right number of dots and things like this. So yeah, I mean, I must have spent 3 or 4 weeks really struggling to figure out how to get this effect, right? And finally I came up with a way to do it, which basically involves, if you imagine the Spectrum runs at 50 hertz, right? So there's a refresh that happens 50 times a second. And a lot of Spectrum games, though, run at 25, right? So they update, certain things will update on one side or on one cycle and then on the other, right? So, but 25 hertz is actually okay, right? 25 FPS if you want a more modern way of describing that, right? So 25 FPS I figured would be okay. And what I actually did here is I used one of the cycles to calculate all the necessary changes that would be needed to update the screen, right? Sort of byte per byte, right? And then I realized that the landscape, there was certain formula that you could apply that would limit the number of changes that you would need. Mostly, you're just basically changing the edges mostly, right? So it works out that it's like at the absolute maximum, it's like 300 or 400 changes to the bytes, which is not a huge amount, right? For something like this computer to do. But what happens is if you pre-calculate everything, then on the screen, when you come to the screen, you can draw as fast as you possibly can, because you're literally just going to output the bytes the fastest way possible, right? Which on the Spectrum is, again, this is a little bit techie, but it basically means you just point the stack at the list of values, and then you just output them to the screen. So that was how I managed to do that. And then obviously there's a lot going on in Scramble. There's sometimes up to, I think, about 10 sprites. So what you'll see as well is that the sprites are all optimized. It's all software again. There's no hardware sprites. So the size of the sprites is a little bit smaller than the arcade, in that they're all kind of like 14 pixels high instead of 16. And the widths are slightly shrunk as well, because it just reduces the number of bytes that you need to update. So the number of bytes for drawing the sprites is reduced by about 30% or something. And so that was fortunately just about enough to get away with it, right? So yeah. Incidentally, before I start, the other thing I did is for this one, I actually I came up with a little basic scripting language that allows me to write arcade attract screens, right? So that was kind of fun. So it allows me, because, a lot of them have this kind of effect, right? Where you see the targets and the messages and stuff. So that made it a lot easier. Anyway, I guess you guys want to see the game, right? So let's... I haven't actually done any sound apart from that, and I've just realized that I'm at the last level here, aren't I? So
I was wondering.
What I've been doing is I've been adding an animation to you see the boss at the end there, right? I've been working on an animation for that, so it's okay. It'll take me a shake of a lamb's tail to get the original, to get the level. I've got it's coded so that I can set the level to whatever level I want to test, right?
While you're loading that up, I got a quick question, because I always
Yeah, go
wondered
ahead.
this. So here you are. I don't know how much you played Scramble before you started making this game, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, fair amount, but
to get this game in your mind to a point where you could start to reproduce it, like, what is the process? I mean, do you just go through and have a video of a playthrough, or do you play it yourself? Are you out there with the ruler measuring
yeah.
stuff? I mean,
Well, it's an interesting question because right, we'll just get this up. The first thing that I mean, MAME is a godsend, right? So you get
Sure.
on MAME and you just start playing it, and you look at it from a different perspective than you normally would, right? And MAME has also, it has an option for cheats, right? So I don't use cheats normally if I play Scramble, because you want to have fun, but you can turn off the collision detection and you can do various things, and you can choose the starting level using MAME. So that makes it a lot easier, right? So then you can go in and you can kind of fly around and get a feel for where everything is, how far and you're looking at it with the programmer's eye, right? Which, to be honest, anyone who codes games will tell you that the programmer's eye is always with you, right? In any game, you're always thinking, how did they do that? How did they do that? And so on. But yeah, you look a lot more closely, and you play it, and at the time you're thinking, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? How's that going to work? And so on, right? So yeah, and I didn't have access to James, whoever you are, James, thank you for just buying the Frankenstein as well. I just got another notification. That's wonderful. So I didn't have a copy of the landscape for Scramble, right? And it's quite a long landscape. It's something. It's more than 1,000 columns of landscape, let's say. So I had to go through with MAME, and I basically did a screen grab as it went along until I had a screen grab of the whole game. And then I had to sort of use a level editor thing that I worked on to create the screens and put them in, and recreate it all. So that took a really long time.
Just right off the top of your head, just a round number. What just doing that part of getting the screens grabbed going through and trying to just
Yeah.
figure out how long would you figure that took you?
Oh, I don't know. It was probably like 10 or 20 hours or something.
Just
I don't know. Could
just
have
for
been.
that aspect. So I mean, I'm just saying it kind of puts it in perspective. When you're a one-man team or a couple man, or you're responsible for a certain part of the game, I mean,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
talking many man hours of grabbing and measuring and
Yeah.
going in there and trying to get
Yeah,
the
yeah.
graphics going.
Yeah, it can take that long, yeah, for sure. But you know, it has a kind of zen-like quality to it. You know,
Yeah.
you kind of put some music on and just chill out and
Did you know
get
right
a.
away you were going to make this a vert like to Pac-Man? You never planned on converting this over to 4:3 or anything, right? You knew right away you're going to keep it in a proper aspect ratio.
Well, that's another thing. Like when you because you know it's as you guys say, it's not my first rodeo here
Yeah.
with this one, right? So I'm like, I always want to make sure if I can to kind of get the feeling, because I think you mentioned this, Aaron, and you're absolutely right. With most of the clones, they use the whole width of the screen, and
Yeah.
then they put the score at the top and everything. And the thing is, then you just don't get the same feeling
Yeah.
with the bombs, right?
It
It's
fundamentally
like
changes
especially
the game in a
yeah,
bad
yeah,
way, you know.
yeah, because you really need. There's not you can't with Scramble. One of the great kind of things about it is when you're hitting a target from really high up. It's just a great feeling, you know. Yes,
Exactly. And that's why
got
the
it right.
Vectrix version works, because that was
Yeah,
automatically in the right screen. So
yeah, yeah.
obviously you made the correct call there.
Yeah, yeah, and what I did is I mean, I haven't got the score isn't there yet, but the score's going to go on the right side there, above the fuel, and I shrunk the fuel down, and the levels and everything all goes on that side, and then I'm not sure. I think um, I can show you if you just bear with me. I think I should be able to find this fairly quickly, but what I had to do was, I mean, if you look at Scramble, the ground, you know, there's three or four, there's always 3 or 4 characters at the bottom, which is the ground, you know. And so I had to just basically put a line at the bottom for the ground, and that was made just enough space to kind of cover it, right? So I do actually have, and I'll show you this now. In fact, just give me a second. If I save this off, I should be able to show you. If I can, just a minute. Okay. I can show you. I got a side by side here. So I think I hadn't thought of this, but I guess it would be interesting to see. So let me just show you. This is a side by side of MAME arcade, and then that's the Spectrum one on the other side.
I got it.
Like that. Right.
Oh
So you can
yes, this
see
is dandy, yeah.
that it's actually really come pretty close, right? I mean, obviously you don't have the colors and stuff, but you know, there is color in the game, though. You'll see it in a second. But and there's not as many stars, as slightly reduced number of stars, and a few compromises like that.
So would you
But there
call
you
that
can,
one game screen? And that's one game screen you would capture per MAME and then convert it
yeah,
over. And how many
yeah.
screens did you figure you did in the game?
Oh, off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but I guess if each screen is about 24 characters and there's about 1,000, more than 1,000, so it's about maybe it's I don't know, it's plenty.
And you used those original screens for the weapons and fuel placement as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. So
Uh-huh.
I go through and yeah. Well, listen, I'll fire the game up because the game is silent anyway. So
Yeah.
I haven't added the AY sound and the beeper sound yet.
I'm
So
not to monopolize it, but these are questions I've always wondered, and I'm no
yeah,
programmer.
I'm more than happy to answer. It's always fantastic when people take an interest, you know. So yeah. I'm probably going to do. I mean, I won't go too much into the techie stuff about all of the kind of how I did the scrolling and stuff like that. I mean, obviously people want to ask me, but I'm planning to. I'll probably do a video on that at some point anyway. But yeah. So oh, am I still in this? Just a minute. Sorry. I've just reassembled it, so hopefully it will, if I have done it.
You're aiming this at the 128, right? Uh-oh.
No, this is 48K.
Okay. That was okay. That answered that then.
Okay, we're in there. Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, I'm a kind of 82 to 84 kid, you know. I'm like, you gotta get it running on the 48K. That's the big challenge.
Okay.
Right? So obviously with the 128, or if you have a 48K with an AY chip, then yeah, this would be easier. This would be a lot easier to do on a 128 because of the additional memory that you can use to swap screens, and there's a few other technical things you can do. But yeah, I wanted to. One of the things I like to do is like make a game that I could have played in 1982, 1983. You know.
Very good.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll just unpause it and you can see it running. It's really smooth though. It's really, you know, and it's working really nicely. So
the scrolling is, I mean, it looks great, and the fact that you know, the key to this game, you know, I used to own a Scramble, so I'm a little more than a little intimate with it, and the fact that you're dropping those bombs and they float along with you, it's quite impressive. That's the key.
yeah, well, that is.
Uh-oh.
Those bombs, they're a little bit smaller, but those of you that know, if I pause it, right, I'll say what happens with these bombs is that they're designed to fit into a single character. Actually, it's actually 4 pixels by 4, but then for the animation, again, it's a single character square, and the animation is kind of baked into the shifting, right? Because there's no hardware sprite, so you have to write everything across bytes. So when the animations cross a byte line, so you have to have 4 different versions of the same sprite according to its offset of 2 pixels, 2, 2, 2 to makes 8 pixels per character, if you see what I mean. Right?
Sure.
So yeah, when you design these things, you try to make them fit as much as you can into the sort of how many byte lines they cross, because that dramatically reduces the draw time, right? So if you look at the bomb, yeah, you'll see that the bomb is designed to be always 4 by 4, like that. So it has one less animation frame than the original arcade, and then the similar thing with the explosions, right? You know, it's these little things. Is that I hadn't realized, just like you see the stars that you've got going. It's an interesting trick, actually, right? So you see the twinkling stars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at the background and the way that it's stippled, the dots appear every other dot evenly and oddly, right? In a pattern. So you kind of always know where those dots are. So what I did is that the stars are random, but they're the random element of that is limited, so that when they will always match whatever the dots are on that back of the background, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So what that means is that those stars are being drawn, and some of them are being drawn in the background, but on over the landscape. But you'll never see them because they're coded so that they always appear where a pixel already is. You see what I mean?
Yes, I understand. So it doesn't matter where they appear because they're always behind one.
Yeah. So therefore, what the impression that you get is that they are behind the landscape, right?
Yeah.
So because if they've ever appeared in the landscape, it would sort of break the illusion of them being behind, right? Then it would seem like the landscape was transparent or something. So when you look, you'll see like that. Look, when it's moving, it really looks like they're in the background, doesn't it? You see?
It's very clever. Yeah, I see exactly what you mean. Uh-oh. This could be the big one.
Yeah.
Happy, you're having some major
Yeah,
internet
so,
problems over there because you've locked up 3 or 4
Yeah,
times there.
I'm sorry about that, guys.
That's
Yeah,
okay,
we
man.
we really want to get a better internet. This is the like the national internet provider. You know, it's
It
like
happens to the
state-owned.
best of us, man.
But yeah, so that's that, and obviously, you know, coding these UFOs was kind of fun too. And this is probably the nicest thing. The fireballs come in here as a really nice effect, which is again, it just makes, if I pause it, you'll see that they're only ever one color like that, but when they move, they look like it's like quite a nice effect, isn't it? Like a fire, looks like fire. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, there's still quite a lot to do. I have to do the sound. I need to do the score. See, the fuel is working reasonably well, and the fuel a little bit. You see here. Do you see here now? When you get to the landscape, it was. I wanted to have like lines, you know, but it's a little bit, just a little bit too much on the processor, I think. So I might not be able to do it. But what I did is if you compare it to the cave area, the I don't have it. There's no stipple here, if you like. They're not alternating. They're all on the even. They're all on the even.
Yes, I see what you
pattern,
mean. Yeah.
you know, right. And sorry, it's just the emulator's just frozen. I don't know if it's gonna. It might quit on me here. It's. Oh no,
There it
we're
goes.
back. We're back. Okay, yeah. So, the interesting thing about this as well, again, this is just from a coding point of view, is that there's a lot more changes happening on the screen when you've got these landscapes, right? Because you see you've got these lines, vertical lines, which obviously vertical lines with a horizontal scroll mean you have to move more information. So obviously you'd imagine that would take up more processor time, but in fact, the changes that you make, I don't know if you can see this mouse pointer
Yeah,
or not, but
we can see it.
the changes that you make along here, you know, as it moves from one to the next, although there are more changes, it's still the same change that happens all the way down, right? So you don't need to calculate how a different change each time like you do when it's a mountain. When it's a building, you just know that it's always the same, right? So it's the same pattern. So that means it actually makes up for the difference between that. No, there's an error here. Obviously, this is a bug, right? I have to fix this. I kind of know what's causing it, but it keeps coming back and it annoys me.
Is that why you switched from the other set of the way the other dots were patterned to the way you patterned these? Is to make it easier? Since this level is a huge building, it's easier.
Well, partly, but also it just looks better.
Yeah.
You know, because if you can imagine the buildings, they'd look a little janky if they were alternating. So it wouldn't be the same.
It's a nice change up too.
Yeah. I don't know what you guys think about sometimes it goes to the blue background. Like in Scramble, there are times when it goes to a blue background.
Yeah.
But this blue's a little bit bright, you know. Incidentally, if you like this, but if you see, do you see the red border that's kicking in? That's the collision detection on the landscape. So if you're wondering, look, if I go into the landscape, it just tells me, yeah, you've crashed. I'd be dead now.
You know, it's funny you were talking about replicating the levels from the arcade, because the one thing about Scramble is if you start monkeying with the levels, like you change the levels, like they're not the same. Like you get used to them in the arcade. So keeping them the way they were is sort of mandatory if you want to get a good port, in my opinion.
Yeah, let me see if I can hit this thing. Yay. But it just repeats now. in the those of you who have reached this level in the arcade will know that it just cycles through the same level. If you miss, then you get you get another chance. Like if I hit it there, it will go to this point here, and then it restarts, and then you play the whole game through again with fuel. So and I think after you've been through like 4 times, it's impossible to finish the game. So it has a kind of kill screen in a way, in the sense that the fuel goes down in the arcade. There's a kind of a kill screen, not a bug of a kill screen, but a fact that you just get to a certain point and you run out of fuel too quickly, that you can't bomb the fuel dumps quick enough to recover the fuel. So
it's a clever way to do it. They were smart, I think.
That's always gets some extra quarters, doesn't it? Yeah.
Now, Happy, when do you figure? I mean, how much longer do you think this one needs to be in the oven before you're ready to knock it out?
Well, I'm hoping to get hoping in the next few weeks I should get it finished. I mean, obviously it has to be ready by the end of October, more or less,
Yeah.
to be part of the collection, right? So Pac-Man and Scramble will both be part of the 5-game collection that we're putting out. So.
Now, one last question for me on this. This is, of course, this is one of your RX games. Do you have any wacky, Happy-esque angles you're going to run on this thing? Is there going to be any radical changes in anything, or is this going to be pretty much a straight port?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been toying with that. I mean, one of the things I'll certainly do, and I always do, is put like a kind of kid mode in there, with like where the fuel doesn't go down or something like this.
Yeah.
Just for people to kind of people who just want to pick it up and see everything, So that's certainly one of the things. Beyond that, I don't know. I was toying with a few ideas of maybe some power-ups, That's like maybe the bonus, when you hit the bonus items, you get like a score, like a mystery. So I was thinking maybe there could be some kind of power-up that you could collect.
Yeah.
And maybe it would give you like smart bombs or more rapid fire, or an extra bomb. Or
here's a thought for you, Happy. How about a mode where you run this thing backwards?
Go on.
You play it backwards. You go through the levels backwards.
Oh, I'll tell you. Well.
That'd be tricky.
You make my head spin thinking about that. It's an interesting idea, though, Aaron. I wonder what would happen. I wonder what would happen if because you know what, all the code. That's a really good idea, actually, because the code each it might actually work.
If you started it like directly after where the bomb would appear, or the level before you get to the bomb, just ran the whole thing backwards, might be. I mean, I don't know if I don't know what would happen. I was just thinking about it. I was like,
what happens is it goes each column of the landscape, right, is a single byte, right? So, and it has an address. And that address is increased by 1 every 4 shifts, right?
Yeah.
So theoretically, if I started that, well, what it has to do is it has to draw 1 line, and then it has to draw another column, the next one, and then that's how it calculates the changes that it needs to make to the landscape, right? So you're right. I mean, in theory, if I started at the end and made it go backwards and look at the previous column, it might work. It might play the whole game right through backwards without a huge change. So there you go, guys. There you go. You just seen the birth of an idea, and how it's a collaboration
from the mouths of dumb guys.
Listen, if it works, right, and if I can get it to work, then I'll put it in as an option.
Beautiful.
And I'll give you a credit on the cassette.
I'm a Midnight Brew mainstay. People don't know. I'm Because I like a midnight brew
So,
too. Added
it could
bonus.
work. It could work.
Beautiful. Well, listen, I think that's dandy work, Happy.
Yeah, or you could do it. It'd be almost like I know. Is John still there? I hear you
John had to
playing
go to a church thing. He'll be back in a couple of
I see.
hours. Yeah.
Well, he's playing Symphony of the Night, right?
Yeah, he is.
So at the moment, he told me, yes, it's one of my favorites. If he gets to the point where the castle goes upside down, So I don't know if you played it, Aaron. All the way
I am
through,
familiar
but-
with that. Gosh, are you kidding
Yeah,
me? No, that's not my bag. Frank Stein is much more my bag than the Castlevania.
I see. Yeah, yeah. No, I completed it fairly recently, and yeah, just loved it. That's one of my favorites. The music is just incredible.
Oh,
as
well,
well.
yeah, that's true. That's true. So
Everything about it, I can hear the music right now, just in my head.
So let me ask you a quick before you go, Hab, before we move on here.
Yeah.
Just one
Well,
more.
we'll see. I mean, I don't know if anyone else has any questions. I'm
Yeah,
happy
if
to
anybody's
take
got
them,
anything, but one more time, I want just make sure you mention once again where can people find out about you? Like, what's your YouTube channel? I don't know. I haven't seen you on Twitch for a while. I don't know if you're still doing Twitch, but give out your Twitter or whatever you want.
The Twitch was a kind of experiment, right? Where I wanted to create a game completely live on Twitch, right? The whole thing.
Yeah, I remember.
And and it was okay, but it was a little bit intense, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I decided I was happier just chilling out, listening to music and coding. So
if people want to get hold of you, where can they catch you?
Yeah, well, Happy Coding ZX is my main handle, right? So I guess if you Google that, you'd find my YouTube channel and my well, not the Ko-Fi, the Itch. Is it called? Yeah, Itch.io.
Yes.
That's Happy Coding, and my Facebook is. I made them all that now. So.
And if we Google Midnight Brew, we should be able to come up to your outfit.
Yeah. Well, Midnight Brew is the label that does all the. That's for the physical stuff mainly.
Yeah.
So
I mean, people are going to want that Frankenfurter combo. That's where they're going to go.
Yeah. Frankenfurter.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to see Rocky Horror in a couple days.
Nice,
so it's on my
nice
mind.
Rocky Horror reference. Yeah.
That's my jam. In fact, Bo got me tickets for my birthday to go see Rocky Horror in a couple of weeks, so I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, that looks great. Anybody have any questions for Happy?
Damn it,
–
Janet.
Programming or anything in general before we cut him loose? I think they're satiated, Happy. Listen,
that's all right. Well, I think I answered most of the stuff from the descriptions anyway.
Very good.
Yeah, you did.
I appreciate.
But it will, yeah. When it's out, yeah, you can if you join my Facebook or you can join my YouTube or whatever, and then you'll know when it's out. It'll probably be middle of next. I mean, when I say next month, I mean
next year.
It's still September, so hopefully 2 or 3 weeks maybe. It could be out by then. Who knows? We'll see.
Very good.
Yeah, should be. I mean, well, look, you can see it. It plays right through.
Yeah.
I got to add sound. I got to add the score. Well, if you're curious, just one last thing. I've got my to-do list here. I'll tell you what it is. Things that I need to finish. Real quick. It seems like it's finished, and people say, "Oh, it's all finished, right?" But I need to do the collision detection for the player, blow up the player, add the little scores. You know, the little scores that appear when you hit the mystery. I need to put a logo, like the Konami logo. So I'm going to put Midnight Brew logo on one of the buildings. I need to do lives. I need to do when you do mission complete, and it says congratulations. And some kind of dodgy. I can't remember what it says exactly. Try next time again, I think it says. Game over. Got to add the AY music. There's a beeper music, as you heard. I need to add the AY music, AY sound, beeper music. I need to do high score table, and I need to possibly do a game demo. Add a game demo to the intro screen, like a track mode. And yeah, that's it. So none of those things are huge, but they're all important and small, and each one has to be done day by day. So
very good. Yeah. Hey,
just a couple of hours and you're done.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, Happy.
I wish.
So I just got a message in Twitch from a fellow named Manic Whiner. I think I know him. He just said, just wanted to say to Happy Coding, your Usborne tutorials on YouTube were an absolute game changer for me when I was learning how to draw
fantastic.
to the Spectrum screen in assembly. Thank you, Happy. So there
Oh
you
yeah,
go.
no, my pleasure.
And
It's
they're
always,
putting you
always
over in the chat. Everybody's saying thank you. So I think they greatly
Yeah.
enjoyed your presentation. They're happy. Good
I
stuff.
might go back and do more of those videos at some point, but yeah, that one explaining how the screen works was, yeah, I've had quite a few positive comments about that. I'm really happy to explain it because it is a drag, you know, the way that it's laid out. It's my talk at Crash last year was explaining why they did it that way, and it's kind of interesting. It's all to do with just making everything 8-bit rather than 16, and that's so it splits the screen into chunks like that. But anyway, if you want to watch if you want to know more about that, there's a video you can watch on my channel. So
Very
you might
good.
find it interesting.
Good stuff. Good
Thanks
stuff.
a lot, guys. And listen, I hope the rest of the day, the rest of the evening goes well for you. I may stick around for a short time, but obviously now it's 3:15 here, so
You'll stay up all night. It's fine.
Yeah.
Come on.
Just
And
just pull an Edvin.
for
Just
those
sit there until you keel over. That's how he does it.
Yes.
and for those of you that bought the Frankenstein, much appreciated. It will be shipped. Hopefully, ideally, we hope that we'll be shipping it to arrive just around Halloween.
Very good. I'll try to mention that on the next R Sinclair, and also starting next Friday, we're going to be back to doing. Me and Rob will be back in the saddle with conversations from the dark side. I think I'll mention it on there since it's Halloween related.
Well, listen, I'll send. If you and Brent want to kind of review it, I'd be happy to send it to you guys, because I think Brent would really like this game. To be honest.
Well, every once in a while, Brent gets lucky and figures it out, and so hopefully, I think in this case, I think it's a slam dunk that he would be down with it. So yeah, I'll hook up with you later on about that. We might get into something there.
It would tie in with the Halloween.
Absolutely.
So,
all right, Happy. Thank you very much, man. We appreciate you, my friend. Good stuff.
Yeah,
Happy.
always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Always look forward to it, guys. Yeah,
very
nice
good.
to see everyone.
We're going to first of all, I want to check in with. I see Pixels of Dawn has chimed in. Oh, someone's getting over. How are you doing, Pix? It's good to see you, man. You're muted, Pix. I thought you'd done this before. Let me make sure I don't have you muted. Nope,
several times.
There you go. Your microphone. You're not muted on Discord. You must have something screwy going on. What's going on, Pajako? Did you do something to Pix too?
I'm
are.
muted in hardware.
I think I did. So, there he is.
Oh, both of you are working now. Well, I think I think it's the perfect time for Island in the streams. You guys can get together. First of all, just Pix, how are you doing, man? It's good to see you.
I'm not bad. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. Had some commitments to deal with. Sorry, I'm not bad. Is a very sort of
hang on, maybe me
superlative comment.
Pix?
Yeah, I'm not bad. It's better than I'm bad. I mean, I'll give you that. You look great as always.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
How's everything in the magazine, Pix?
Well, we're on. This is kind of like deadline weekend for the new issue. So that's going on.
Yeah.
But and then next weekend I'm at the Play Expo in Blackpool, selling for the magazine. And the week after, I'm in Swag, selling the magazine.
Yeah.
And also in Nottingham, selling the magazine the week after.
Smokes.
So I've got a busy few weeks. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I wasn't gonna say it. I was just gonna stick with chill. But yeah, listen. When you got something hot property, you gotta pitch it around, man.
You gotta shift it. Yeah.
Are you gonna stick around for a while, Pix?
I'll be here to the end.
Okay,
so,
Pix. I want to come back to you before we get done and get the scoop on the what's coming out.
I have a few bits and pieces I can show off as well, which I've just gathered, so we can do that as well.
Well, heck, let's do it right now. Let's put you. Let's get in here, Pix. I'll get back to you, Pajako. Pix, what's a good word? What do you got? What's going on with you right now?
Let's switch out the camera then. In that case, do this properly. Right. So, I've been getting a few things recently. So, you look here, so if we can get this a bit closer to the camera, the other way up. So this is a Spectrum game called by Slonysoft called Jet Set Steamboat Willie. So we know that Mickey Mouse Steamboat Willie version went out of copyright recently.
Yeah.
So this is a sort of Jet Set Willie style game, but with the now free to use Mickey Mouse. But it's quite a nice little presentation because it's all in like black and white in the game, but the tape is black on one side and white on the other.
Smokes.
So
How
it's
fancy.
kind of like it's really quite fancily put together. It's quite nice. So I got that, but Sloney Soft does a load of good games, so I quite like to try and support them if I can. Speaking of games, in the Amiga field, I've now got a nice box copy of Seekonoid by our man Hoffman.
Ooh, that's nice.
Quite nice little presentation. You get like a little manual in there.
That's the dual controller gimmick, isn't it? I've seen.
That's right.
I've seen Amiga build a demo of this.
A little badge.
We also got to play it at Boatfest 2023.
Yeah.
Yes,
I didn't get to, but other people did.
Nice floppy disk. Got the soundtrack on CD because of course you need that, and then you get some like stickers and things like that as well. I got a T-shirt with it as well, which I don't have one currently.
Does it have a CD32 version with the soundtrack on the CD?
I don't think so. I think there might be a CD32 version, but I think the soundtrack's always separate. But,
that'd be cool.
And you can buy the soundtrack separately as well because I bought it for someone recently. And then also in the Amiga sphere, got Rogue Declan by Nivrig. So that's another twin stick kind of thing as well.
Yes. I think I tried that as well. That's a good one.
So you probably played that at Boatfest as well. So similar kind of thing where you got some. You get like a little sword, little keyring sword to go with it.
Should have bought a Pico Micro Mac with that.
Yes. You get the games on CD, and you got a little poster and an SD card with the game on as well, I think. So that's quite nice as well. I'm waiting for Rogue Craft. I've ordered the box version of that, so that's on the way as well. Something else which I got or was sent recently for the magazine is this. It's the MISTer Pi.
Oh yes, this is the big deal in the MISTer community. No, it's stupidly named, but the guy was dead set on that name. He wouldn't change it.
It's true. So it's that's come from Hong Kong, I think.
Are you reviewing that for the mag?
Well, we're doing next issue, the one after the one we're just working on. We're doing a kind of Amiga FPGA kind of a thing. So we'll be talking about the Mini Mig, which was one of the first FPGA retro systems, which was simulating the Amiga 500.
Sure.
The MISTer, obviously, and some of the other bits and pieces like the Vampire that have FPGA stuff in it. But that what brought this about was this new system. Obviously, it's not specifically Amiga, but it is very nicely put together, and it's cheapening things because the MISTer itself for the DE10 board has become quite expensive, just because of parts and that. And this is a lot less expensive. I haven't interviewed the chap yet. That's still come. I haven't even had a chance to start thinking about actually doing the issue.
This hardware, are they like emulating the MISTer?
It's a fresh MISTer. It's exactly like the MISTer, but it's built by another company, basically.
Yeah, but it's a FPGA.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's still FPGA. Yeah. So you've got all these nice sort of
basically the same board rebuilt by this guy. So
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So because the MISTer itself is an FPGA, right? So
correct.
It's like a double negative.
It's a cheaper version of the MISTer. That's what it is.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And
that's good.
It's very nicely presented. I haven't.
So yeah, if I remember rightly, it's
but
the reference board that is it Intel who make the DE10 Nano?
That was Intel.
Yeah, and this is he's just be able to build this cheaper for some reason. So.
Oh yeah.
They've gone very Master System style. With you can see with all the little white sort of cross-hatch things like you used to get on the Master System game boxes and things like that. So it looks quite nice, but I haven't used it yet. So
there needs to be a giant foot on one of those.
Well, it wasn't anything for me because I'm reviewing it, but
what an angle!
Well, yeah, it's pretty good. It's one of the only things I've ever got some free stuff out of the magazine. So I'll take what I can get. But I think
It's
they sell for
$110.
yeah, it's about £90. I think something like that. So
Yeah,
If
pretty
you
close.
could
So
get
it's-
one, they're tough
so
to
it's
get.
yeah, because I think the MISTer the DE10 is like in the sort of 150 plus kind of area now.
They're expensive.
Obviously, I should show you this magazine. This is the latest edition of Amiga Addict. We talked about it on the show, where we've
Why has it got a football on the cover?
because it's all about Championship Manager. So the story behind the cover, and I can try and make this sound like this was intentional, but I got a football made with the logo on because I wanted to do a nice photo, and I needed to go to. I was out sort of the guys who made the original Championship Manager live or grew up relatively near to me, so I thought I have to take advantage of that opportunity. So I went and took a photo of their village and where they were, and while I was out for that day, I thought, right, I've got this football. I need to take a photo for the cover, so I need a football pitch. And I knew there was a local village nearby that I'd been to a lot as a child, and it had a football pitch in it. So I went down there, I put the football on the pitch, took a load of photos. I discovered later that football pitch was where one of the guys who made the game used to play for the youth team when he was in his youth. So it sounded like I'd done it intentionally. So I wrote that in the magazine. It's like, oh yes, as you can see on our cover, kind of thing. So that worked out quite well in the end. So that's been.
You're writing the articles. You're taking the pictures. You're having the props made. I mean, you're doing it all. Are you stapling all these things? Is that you too?
That's not me. That's not me. I get to not have to do that at least. Pixel Addict this month as well is quite nice. It's all about the old DuckTales.
It was nice until I had to hear Dave Velociraptor attempt to sing the theme on This Week in Retro. My God, I about fell out of bed when I heard it. Horrible.
We're not responsible for the
no. He didn't sell any magazines with that
tonality
tune.
of Dave, I'm afraid. So. But yeah, so that's this month as well. But yeah, that's about it really. Tell you what, actually, just switch the old camera back. If you give me a second.
Sure. Man, look at that room, everybody.
I just noticed that Jason Warnes has managed to complete his recapping of his CoCo there. It looks like it's all up and running. So
yeah, I was hoping.
While we've been sat here chatting away, he's actually done something productive.
Yeah, I was gonna.
He's been working.
I was gonna chat with him, but he got up. I know where he went. He went over to get some food from it. I guarantee it.
Well, I'm gonna get some beer.
We're gonna talk to you in a minute.
Listen,
Jason.
guys, let me just jump in and say I'm gonna.
Go ahead, Cappy.
But the internet is just messing with me too much. So
That's okay, Happy. See you later, man.
Nice to see you, Happy.
Yeah, but I'll be still watching on Twitch. Don't worry.
Okay, man.
I'll be here,
Cool.
but...
Have a good night.
Yeah, see ya.
Good night, mate.
So just to prove it's not CGI, here's the football. This is on the cover of the magazine.
Look at that.
So you got the Championship Manager logo there.
Very good. Are you going to use that in play at some point, or is this an heirloom now?
Has it ever been picked?
I kicked it on the pitch, where the stuff was taken. So I tried making. I've been making
a football to make it
and get it printed. Yeah. So, but I've been trying to do recently for the magazine some like YouTube shorts and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's been that new thing because the kids love the TikTok and all that kind of stuff.
I hate making those. I made 2 and I'm like, I'm out. I'm like, what am I doing? I don't care that much. Just don't watch.
I just found I could do it quickly and it's a lot shorter than doing a full video. So I've been trying to make a few of those, and one of those is with the football on the pitch and stuff like that.
That should be a giveaway, man. The magazine that should be maybe the 1 millionth buyer of a magazine. You throw that at him. Here you go, pal.
Definitely thought about it, yeah. So maybe we'll do that. Although I quite like having it in the house as well.
Do you ever wake up in the morning and think to yourself, "I'm not doing anything today"? That's never happened
not really.
since the magazine started.
No, not really.
Remember when
Really.
you used to stream and stuff back in the day?
So,
That's all.
sometimes I'm still awake in the morning. That's that's the problem. So, but I am intending to start streaming again. I'm trying to sort some lighting out for the room before I start streaming again, because the problem I have in here is the only light in here is right above my head.
Yeah.
Here, just bouncing off my scalp.
I can sort your lighting. It's called a hat. Or maybe a toupee.
Could do that.
Something like that
Could
might
do
do
that.
it. Or a big,
You could
real
put
wide
on
set of
some
headsets.
powder or something.
I could do that.
Get the headset with those ears on it. You know what I mean? Those,
the little cat ears.
that's
yeah.
right. Or maybe bunny ears. Something. What's got huge ears? Elephant ears? Something like that. I'd get a pair of those too. Listen. I laugh because I love. I'm right there with you, my bald brother. We got a lot of bald power in here, so I know how it is. Well, listen.
We do.
That's good stuff, Pix. I'm glad you mentioned it, Pop. And speaking of bald brotherhood, here's a man who he's right there with us. He just popped in. What's going on, Petzel?
Look at that.
Speak, Petzel.
Oh, well, you were talking about bald people, so I had to join in.
But you've still got some hair. You're not quite there.
Well, I need to cut
tiny
it.
bit.
It makes me look like I'm 60 years
Well,
old.
I mean,
so.
listen. I mean, I understand. I understand all too well. How are you doing, man? It's good to talk to you. Anything going on in your neck of the woods?
Well, actually, I am planning on doing. I'll be real quick. I didn't
Sure.
sign up, but I want to show this.
Man.
This is the Wackadoodle controller for the Wackadoodle game that has been released by Deadline of Cities End. And this is going to be my 2025 show event thing. So it's just a preview. Don't have anything to show, but surprise. And if I get to Michigan next week, I'm hoping to have something there that I can show.
Very good.
And you're going to call it a Wackadoodle controller?
Well, there's a game involved in this. So if you know the game Whack-A-Mole,
Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
this is a digital version of that with some additional. So sometimes you actually do want to press one of the buttons for
Yeah,
which
so
one
that's
comes
why
up.
it has so many buttons. Okay. I'm
Right.
Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good, man. I'm looking in the background there. Now, where are we in your house here? Is this what are we looking at here?
Well, my youngest daughter had a baby 13 days ago.
Oh, my. Congratulations.
And thank you.
Your
And,
youngest?
my youngest, yeah, which is 20. She's 21, actually.
You know,
so.
Aaron is a good name for a boy or a girl.
Legal age.
I don't know if I should have mentioned it to you earlier. What did you end up What did they name the child?
Anastasia.
Oh, wow. I can't beat that. That's too good.
Yeah, it's a mouthful.
Yeah.
But so is Christopher. So
Yeah.
So we're used to that in my family. But because of that, because she's living with us now, I gave up my office for her nursery,
Very
and
good.
this is the garage.
It's where we're at, is it?
Hey, I'm in the
Yes.
garage.
See?
It's fine.
It's the best place to be. I love it out.
If you need decor tips, I'm sure you and Edvin can talk after the event, and he can set
It's
you up.
very nicely
insulated.
organized, man.
Yes.
I wish mine was that organized.
It's the opposite of your place, Dave.
I'll give
Yeah.
you. Well, let me show you how it's not organized.
Oh,
This
boy.
is the rest of it here. There's a
Well,
lot.
yeah. It is like your
There's a
place,
lot more
Dave.
to it.
Well, you also
Where's the car? Where's the car?
you also have half of that museum stuff in there too. So
Yeah, that's right. Most of that is Midwest Computer Museum stuff. So
Listen, for this crowd, you are in the right place, my friend. I think that's exactly the way I picture it. It's funny because we were eyeballing Pixel's room when he left. So that's what today someone mentioned. I think it was Mr. Chips about doing a ICC where we just look at everyone's house. That was a good.
that would be fun. I would be into that.
That's a good.
I'd show off my collection.
I mean, we have seen some houses. That's true. But and you would never see mine. I'm too embarrassed to take the camera around here. But yeah, that's a good idea. Hey,
Come on, just clean it up. It's fine.
Are you kidding me? Yeah. Good luck. So,
Yeah, just clean it up, Aaron.
yeah,
Come on.
What am I? I'm not Alice the Maid. I can't do it. That's good. That's
It's
good
on your
stuff.
to-do list.
So you are going to try to make the event down up there in Michigan?
I'm hoping my wife. We just had dinner, and she told me, "Well, you know, my dad's birthday is next weekend."
Oh, it's always something. It's
always
something.
something.
Listen, buy that guy a box of cigars, head out the door. That's the way I like to do it.
That's right. I took her off his hands. So what do I...
Yeah, not to mention you moved into the garage, for God's sakes. They owe you. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, that's right.
You could use that, by the way. All right, thank you. That was Petzel. You can stick around, Pets?
Yeah,
Beautiful.
sure, I'll stick around.
Beautiful. I wanted to, I just see L. Curtis Boyle boy, L. Curtis, my God, wake up, son. Look, my God, did you get?
I just finished the other show, so.
Oh hell! Looks like somebody beat you with a stick.
My throat's
there.
a bit hoarse already.
I want to before I move. I'm going to move down the line, but I haven't got to talk to Pajaco yet. I want to talk to you about your video. First of all, tell us how Belgium is Portugal. How is Portugal so far?
It's really nice. Can you hear me? Okay.
Holy smokes! Let me turn your volume down. Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Yeah, sorry, I've been faffing with my microphone. Yeah, I've been really fortunate. I've been here for a work event this week, and then we stayed on. Some of us stayed on for a couple of days, so flying out tomorrow. I've never been before.
A work event?
Yep, like there's a big trade show on.
You know, my job sends me to various prisons. You realize I am getting screwed here.
Yeah, no, for my sins, I did have to do stand duty and kind of talk to lots of people, so my voice is a bit shot this week. But yeah, no, it's really good. And then I stayed on with some work colleagues because I work remotely, so I don't get to see my work colleagues that often, and we're dotted all over the world. So yeah, a few of them flew in. Some guys from Hungary came in. I think, and basically this weekend, I've just been hanging out with most of the guys from Hungary that I work with, which is quite good. So it's good. And we went out to I think it's like Pena Palace today, which is like this beautiful multicolored palace. We had to climb up a huge hill, and yeah, it's just been really good week all round, to be honest with you. So yeah, but yeah, due to fly out tomorrow afternoon. So
very nice.
Yeah.
We saw your video. It was very good. Everybody really enjoyed it. I got one question about it, and then I'll open it up to anybody else that's got a question.
Yeah.
When you hooked up the Master System adapter, did you try the card slot?
I don't actually have one.
You don't have any cards?
No, I've never really.
Next time I
owned a
see you, we'll
Master
talk.
System.
I got some over here.
Yeah, but I will say I did cave in. Obviously not in time for the video. I ended up finding on YouTube, on eBay. Someone was selling a Retrode and the adapters. So I picked that up on eBay with the plan to then move the other Retrode on to somebody that wants it and just keep the adapters. So just to prove it to myself, I'm going to try the actual Retrode Master System adapter out and see if that works.
Yeah.
Because I did, but I can't remember if I said on the video or not. I tried renaming the cartridge extension and just to see if I could get it in, load it in anywhere. It just didn't work. So clearly using the Mega Drive Master System adapter, it was never designed to do that. But hey, we've got to find these things out by trying. So
listen, your video was everything I love about sketchy, stupid, like idiocy. I mean, that was right up my alley. Yeah. Who amongst us haven't stacked a bunch of crap into their Genesis? You know, of all we've all done it. And so you took a bullet for the rest of us to try to do some of the goofiest things. You're right. It made no sense, but you got to see if it works. I mean, you gotta.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's like it might, and the thing is, when I do these things, like when I was trying to get this Retrode set up to work with a MISTer, I was desperately trying to find out how on earth I mount the drive, and I just going on forums, and it was just full of people complaining about why you shouldn't do it and how it's easier to load in a ROM, and all I wanted was one person to say, "Oh yeah, you just do this," and I found. I think it was like Retro Gamer Nation did a video, funny enough, on that exact subject, and he literally just said, "Yeah, do the F9, type these commands in, and then it all magically works." And that's what I want. I thought, well, if I try the Master System adapter or I try this thing, there might be somebody out there that's going, "Oh, I might want to get one of these things, but I don't know if it works or not." So, you know, maybe they'll stumble across the video and go, "Right, you've just saved me a fortune," or "No, I'm going to go and buy one."
David Z was halfway through your video. I saw him stumbling around with his wallet, pulling out multiple credit cards. He couldn't wait to purchase as much of this weird tech as he could to plug into crap, and that's a shoot.
Yeah, I mean the Retrode is really. I mean, like I said, I bought it like back in 2013 to preserve a a game that had never been released on the Mega Drive. But then, since then it has come in handy a number of times. But there is that, I think I said in the video, there is a newer like open cart reader thing, which I think also works with the MISTer. I haven't got one, I haven't tried it, but in theory it should just work the same way. So
very good, very good. Well, listen, I'm glad you popped in so you could answer a few of my burning questions about that. You gonna stick around for a little while? Beautiful.
Yeah, I've just all I've got to do is just sit in the hotel and go to bed. So
how's the hotel, by the way? Any good?
It's better than the one work put us in, because the one work put us in didn't even have wardrobes or anything.
Does this thing have an in-room bathroom, or you go out in the hall?
Oh yeah, it's the usual kind of business type hotel. You've got your standard kind of like messy bed over there, and you've got your bathroom back there.
I mean, I've
stayed in enough of them.
I've never stayed in a hotel in Europe or that area, but I've heard that there's no bathroom in there, and you could expect for there to be like a goat roped off outside your window, stuff like that.
Maybe there's a hostel or something. Maybe a hostel instead of hotel.
Yeah, that's probably it. No, this is a
that's a hostel.
I mean, it's like playing King's Quest, where you have that pea pot, you just dump it out the window.
Right. Cool. Yeah, that's
very
exactly,
quick.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, see, our experience in the United States is European vacation.
There's nothing too fancy. They're all really fairly standard fares. These things, they're not like too fancy. It's really just
that toilet. I don't know about that.
They got a bidet.
What is that?
Yeah. I'm not using that though. I'm not. We've got a bidet in it. I've never used one, and I don't know whether I'm going to start now.
You could use it, man. We won't think less of you.
I saw a bidet, I thought it was like to clean your feet.
No, it's for.
Why would you stick your feet
sitting on a lawn sprinkler?
Yeah, I heard once you
wash my hair in it. That would do so. Yeah,
that would.
I heard once you try it, you don't want to go back to
that's
toilet paper.
Listen,
maybe.
the guy,
because you're in shock.
Yeah, the guy.
I've been to Japan. So, yeah.
The guy I work with is a hardcore ex-Air Force sergeant, master sergeant, and he got a bidet and he loves this thing. He's always he's like it's the best. So, hey, it's 2024. Bidets are now they're in.
What if it's winter and the water's cold?
Well, you get that heated bidet, Dave.
Oh yeah.
I think bidets probably became more popular during COVID when we ran out of toilet paper. What else
That's it, Curtis.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
I was going to say one of the things that we always joked around with some of our friends was having to walk around with a Pete Sampras is what we called it, which just the wet butt crack.
Hey, I want to switch over here, Jason, before I move on to Curtis, and because I was informed that you, in fact, have finished your recap. We see it running there. How did it go? Any problems?
No problems at all. Yeah, the recap went really smooth. It's this is part of my Septandy journey. Curtis Boyle was gracious enough to hook me up with that CoCo 3 that we see in the video there.
Yeah.
And the monitor, it's a CM8 with an actual closing door that's not busted.
Yeah.
I don't even have one of those.
It's kind of like hen's teeth in Tandy or in CoCo lore. So everything went really well. There were a few caps that had started leaking. Surprisingly, some of the bigger ones from the bigger filtering caps, which normally don't leak too bad, but on this one it started to leak. So it was good that we caught that and got everything swapped out. And on the screen there is Lava Hero, which is part of the CoCo Nation show's Game On Challenge. So just thought I'd have that as my test to make sure everything was still working right after I got the caps done.
I'm glad that you did this because because it showcases your incredible skills and prowess, Jason. Way back when we first were doing Amigos, Jason was sending us all sorts of weird hardware things and working on stuff for us. I mean, you've been the King Dong of hardware repair for a while. And then, of course, you ended up hooking up with Frank over at Retro Rewind to be your double King Dong. Do you want, since we've got you on here and we've seen your skills, you want to talk a little bit about what's been going on up at Retro Rewind these days?
Well, other than Frank having to survive multiple floods, we're thinking that this is a sign from the heavens that he needs to move. Like it's done.
That's it, man.
I suggest leaving Canada and just coming right down here to West by God, Virginia. We don't flood. You go get you on a mountain and you'll be good to
I'm
go.
trying to convince.
I'm trying to convince 3 houses
or
in
something,
West
so-
Virginia for how much he gets for his place in Toronto.
Oh yeah, for sure.
If you live on an island, it's much better because then you know where the high places are.
Yeah, or else. So,
Good point. Yeah.
Now,
You say you don't flood in West Virginia, but we've heard from Brent before. We know that isn't the case.
yeah, his basement. That's what
Yeah,
he bought.
the
That
sub basement.
Hey, so Jason, now you guys, Retro Rewind still rocking and rolling. I mean, everything's business as usual, correct?
Yeah, there was a bit of a bump there, just some lost merchandise as far as boxes and stuff like that
Sure.
that were stored in the garage. But outside of that, yeah, it's recovered now, and Frank's back to full production. And actually, the CoCo SDC that's in there was actually also part of my Septandy journey. So when I got the got the cap kit from Frank, just to make sure I had the inventory. And then, at the same time, he sent me the CoCo SDC, and it's so things are all back up and running. Anyone that I believe Frank reached out to anybody that had any sort of orders that might have had a bit of a delay as a result of the floods, and there were 3 floods in a matter of 2 months. So it was something else, that's for sure.
Yeah, and that was the first time he's had a flood in 15 years.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's
Yeah.
normally common, but this year just terrible.
Frank's been like Ziggy for the past couple years. It's just like the dark clouds followed him around. So hopefully, from here on out, his karma will spin around. But when it comes to his efforts up there at Retro Rewind, it's funny. I'm looking at the table. You've got the SDC, you've got the cap kit, you got it all right there. And if you're interested, and we love the guys up there at Retro Rewind, retrorewind.ca. For all your various computer needs, especially if you've got Amigas, C64s, CoCos, if you need service done, you'll be hard pressed to find a cheaper place that is more thorough and more experienced than the gentleman up there at Retro Rewind. So I wanted to give you guys a quick shout out. I didn't think we'd see Frank in here tonight, considering his various issues, but I don't think Frank. I think this might be the first ICC that we haven't seen Frank at. So you get to be your little Frank Jr. for tonight, Jason.
Since Boat isn't here, I'll say it. Frank is the man.
Frank is. There you go.
Nice.
You can be Boat Jr. It's all working out, man. Very good. You know, speaking of the CoCo, the King Dong came rolling in here. There he is. Looking as only he can look. Looks like he's spry. He's energetic. This man's a world-class musician. I'm sure he has other talents. I believe he's I think he's a vintner. Maybe he's a world-class miner. He's got many various skills, but at the top of the heap is his CoCo prowess, and he's going to inform and delight you this week with his tales of daring do. What's going on, L. Curtis Boyle?
Well, I joined the show quite late because I was just finishing our show.
I knew it. Y'all went for the 10-hour special today, did you?
Yeah. Well, we had a brand new MC10 game with professional packaging released from a guy named Jay Mundy.
You're kidding me. An
Does a lot of stuff for
MC10
someone's
game?
Yeah.
Holy
It's released on
smokes.
an SD card. It's got full color packaging and boxing, DVD case, jewel case, the whole bit.
How is it? Is it any good?
It does. Well, for an MC10 game, it actually looks pretty good. It faintly looks like Missile Command, but there's a lot more to it than that. It's not just shooting stuff.
Did the MC10 have packaged games back in the day?
Not really. Tandy had a few. Lost Valley Pinball is probably the only real one at the time.
Right.
And then we've had some decent machine language games released since then, but they're just like free downloads type thing. This is the first time I've seen like with full blown, full color pack. If you've seen Nick's games, how they're packaged, this actually goes beyond that.
Really? I'm going to look into this. Listen, here's the way I look at it. Like, most people don't have an MC10, all right, obviously. But
I don't.
How many people can say, listen, I now have the entire box copy collection for an entire computer, and you just got one game. You just hold it up, say, here it is. So you can complete your MC10 game collection today. You can go out and buy it.
Yeah. Now, because I joined late, I don't know what all has been presented already, so I know you just talked to Jason. Did Jason have a chance to demonstrate Lava Hero?
No, he hasn't. We didn't get. I didn't know we were getting a demo. Oh, that'd be nice.
It looks like it's running on the 3 right there. I see something bouncing.
Yeah.
Did you want to demo that, Jason, and I'll just demo Nick's afterwards?
Well, I don't know if what I do is you could call a demo, but okay. I'm gonna have to maybe.
Don't embarrass yourself by failure, Jason.
Yeah. Okay, let me try to move some cameras and stuff around here and see if we can get a bit of a better view of that screen.
While he's doing that, I will mention that Lava Hero was written by Paul Shoemaker. It requires 32K of RAM. It will run on a CoCo 1, 2, or 3. If you have a CoCo 3, it'll auto-detect it and give you a special palette that's more lava-like, which is what you'll see here. And it's based on a game that's on some of the, what the heck is it called? That little micro thing that's got like a really low res, but Pico something.
Pico 8.
Pico 8, thank you.
Pico 8.
Yep.
So I don't have the sound routed through here, so I'm sorry you won't hear any sound. But the
there's
idea.
not a ton of sound. There's a little bit of a musical ditty when you start, but other than that, it's pretty simple.
So the idea here is that you're this little guy over here, and you're trying to essentially build a bridge to get to this next tower. If you make the bridge perfect and it stops right on that little dot, then you get extra points. But the kicker here is that you're actually building your bridge vertically, and when you stop building your bridge, it'll just fall down. And if it's too short, then you fall into the lava. If it's too long, you run into the lava. Occasionally, there's also little gems underneath the bridge, and so you can hit the button to go underneath quick, and then hit the button to go back up. But if you hit the button and you're under here when you come to that tower, then you also fall into the lava. So
there's a lot of lava death in this game.
Yep.
That is an interesting gameplay element that I'm not sure I've seen before.
It's pretty neat. I'll see, but too short.
Yeah, it's a fun game, and it's actually got one more week on the Game On Challenge because now we're doing these 2-week stretches where we have, you get a new game every week, but you get to play it for 2 weeks to count towards the score.
Yeah,
it's very speedy.
Yeah.
It's super addictive too, and it's super easy. It's literally a 1-button game. So you just press one button.
No joysticks, no nothing. It's just
so this is in the vein of like a Flappy Bird or the Timber or one of those where it's just like a very
like Timberman or Ghost Rush or something. It's by the same guy that did Ghost Rush, so it kind of makes
sense. Yes, that's the one I couldn't think of. I played way more Ghost Rush than I should have. That one's stupidly addicting for what it is.
I actually prefer this game to all the Ghost Rushes except the latest one, the Goop Rush, because he actually changed the rules of the game a little bit. And that one actually is a bit more interesting. You don't instantly die; you take damage now.
So now this is available for purchase. Am I hearing this correctly?
Nope, free.
Oh, this
if
is a freebie.
Paul's itch.io, it's totally free. He doesn't even ask for name your own price. It's just free.
Well, I mean, what can I tell you?
Which he does with most of his games because he's not making original games. He's making games that are based on something else. He feels guilty charging money for some game that somebody else released for free, so he just makes them free.
Me and Brent played Ghost Rush Christmas Edition right around Christmas time, and Brent, I showed it to Brent originally. He was like, "What is this?" But then he got into it big time. It's dumb and stupid, but it's fun. And this guy's games, this looks very similar. They're very addicting.
Yep.
It's got that one more chance, one more try appeal to it.
Exactly. Yep.
And he is working on an MC10 version of it as well, as he did with Ghost Rush. So
is MC10 the new hotness? What's going on?
Yeah, apparently.
What the heck
as
happened?
Much to my surprise as anybody else.
That is bizarre. That's good.
This one's addicting. This one's fun, and it's another free one. And it doesn't take much of a system, like I said, 32K, and a joystick button. That's all you need.
Now, real quick, what'd you say this fella's name is again, so I can mention it?
Paul Shoemaker.
Okay, yeah, oh yeah. And he's over on Twitch or on itch.io.
Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of stuff you can get he's got his video poker games. He's got his various Ghost Rush editions, Goop Rush, which is a bit of different gameplay. So that's if you tried the other Ghost Rushes, they're just themed. Like you have a winter theme, you have a Halloween theme, you have the regular one. Goop Rush actually has some rule and gameplay changes. So that one's, if you haven't played that one, I would definitely give it a try.
Very good. Jason, you're not doing that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have any way to gauge how good you're doing, but I mean, I've seen you make a couple successful trips across the line.
Yeah, that's about it.
Hey,
now if you line your plank so the edge falls dead center. There's a little dot on the platform you're trying to aim for. You actually get a little perfect, and you get a bonus score.
Yeah, we haven't seen that.
No, because I'm not
Yeah, there you
perfect.
just got a gem.
Look at it this way, Jason.
Oh.
You're winning at having a working recapped CoCo 3. So technically,
100%.
it doesn't matter what you do in the game as long as the machine doesn't blow up.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Yeah, I agree.
Very good.
So for us Tandy newbies, what's an MC10? I keep hearing you mention that. I'm not quite sure I know what it is.
That's the micro color computer
Yeah,
10.
what the hell is
Oh,
it?
okay.
This was meant to be it was meant to be a competitor to the ZX80 and 81, except it had color, and the keyboard actually has keys that press. Now they're really small, and they're hard. They're hard plastic. They're not spongy like the original Spectrum stuff.
So
I know
it's
the
not
kind
the
you mean.
dead flesh.
But it was meant to be a
No.
competitor for it, but it came
Oh,
out too
fleshy.
late.
I would say it's a step up from the ZX81. I would say. wouldn't
Okay.
you?
Yeah, it's got color
sorta
and
like,
sound and stuff built in.
It's sort of
Still
like
no joysticks.
It's sort of like in between the ZX81 and the Speccy. It sort of sits down in the middle. I would say maybe not quite in the middle, but my limited
Yeah.
experience with them.
It was purposely crippled too. Like the VDG chip, the video display generator, is the same graphics chip the CoCo 1 and 2 has. But they only put 4K of RAM on the motherboard. The higher graphics modes take 6K, so you can never use them.
Yeah.
So you have to use the slightly lower res and stuff. So they did some silly things they really didn't need to that kind of crippled it even further.
Does that
to not
machine have
compete with the
sound,
CoCo.
Curtis?
It had 1-bit sound.
Yeah.
There's no volume control like on a CoCo. It's more like an Apple II or the original Spectrum sound.
Very good, very good. Well, Jason, thanks for showing us that.
Perfect. Ah.
Look at almost.
You got it perfect?
Yeah, I did. I got one or two, not many though. Oh.
Very good. I was getting ready to switch off of it. It's a good thing I hung around, or we would have missed it. That would have been sort of funny, though. In retrospect. Thank you for showing us that one, man. We
Yeah, you bet.
appreciate it. Okay, Curtis, what do you got for us today?
Well, since we just found out about the game getting released, the MC10 with Preshow packaging, I think I'll show that first. Let me just get my share screen going here. Also on HIO. So you should be seeing them with periods in between. 'cause
I
that's
got
the
it
cool
coming.
way to say it.
There we go. Oh, look at this. Okay.
So them stands for Total Human Eradication Mandate.
Oh, man. That doesn't sound good.
And you can see some screenshots of the actual gameplay here. So it's actually used. This requires an MC10 with the MCX32 SD, which is a little expansion module plugs in the back. It gives you up to 32K of RAM from 4. It adds extended basic support for graphics and stuff and a whole bunch of other things. It's even got a few commands board from the CoCo 3 even in it, like on-air go-to and on-break go-to and that kind of stuff. So it's quite an advanced basic, but you require that to run the game.
It doesn't look bad. It really doesn't.
Nope.
The
And you can
art
see
looks
here,
great.
Like, it kind of gives that Missile Command vibes because you're trying to protect your humans and stuff here, but they have shields and stuff, and you're firing stuff at them. They're firing stuff at you. But there's other things here too, like you'll see cannon active, but you can actually build up the cannon itself in different ways. You have cannon operation, how high of a factor you have there, cannon accuracy, cannon power, cannon auto fire. So you're actually building up your capabilities as you go. It's not just Missile Command shooting how many bullets do you have is basically what that is.
Kind
It
of
also
has
comes with an
a
Atari, a 9-pin joystick adapter, which actually will read through the serial I/O port, and it only does one axis. So you can pick whether you want. There's a little switch on the adapter cable where you can switch between the left, right, or the up, down. But you can do basically the equivalent of a paddle control, or you can actually plug in an Atari paddle for that matter, and you can actually use that in this game as well. So he's actually got some hardware. But the way he sells the physical ones, now if you want to get the actual game, it's a pick your own price type thing. If you want to just get the digital download. But this is what the DVD clamshell set for $20, including shipping, is. You get an SD card with a little color label on it. You get a full color manual. You get the full color jewel case. So it's shipping like a Nick Morenni's game. If you want to go an extra $5, you actually get a full color box that surrounds all that as well. So you actually get a nicely done box. And for an extra $5 past that, it actually includes the Atari joystick adapter cable for it. So you got 3 levels of physical stuff, plus you can actually just get the digital download. If
That's a hell of a bargain. Are those joystick adapters? Have those been around for a while, or are they something that's just coming out?
They've been around for a year or two, I think. Somebody had actually published it, and then he's actually manufacturing them himself to include, so you don't have to build. Like if you're like me and have no soldering skills at all, you can actually just order it. So
very
now,
good.
as far as Paul's, I think I should be able to pull up where to get Yeah, here we are. So this is Paul Shoemaker's itch.io page. You got Lava Hero here. You can kind of see the CoCo 3 color set there. Goop Rush, that's the one where he's done the modifications to Gold Rush with some different, or Ghost Rush with some different rules. The Fireplay Test 7 is a game that was based on a Brazilian programmer's game. Erico Montero did this for some of the Picos as well, or Pico. That's like a multiplanar scrolling game. It's kind of where you're kind of catch people jumping out of flaming buildings. And then he's got a bunch of his older stuff that you've seen before, like the various Ghost Rushes, the various.
I haven't tried his poker, but I remember seeing him when they were working on it. It looked great.
Yeah, that's even got an MC10 version too. So for Lava Hero, for example, here you can read some of the screens about that, and you can kind of see the zoomed up. This is what it looks like in a CoCo 1 2, because it has to use the built-in palette. You can't just go swapping colors around willy-nilly like on a CoCo 3. But even then, it doesn't look bad.
So it's not just for the MC10. There's a CoCo release.
Yeah, this is a CoCo 1, 2, 3 release. The MC10 version is being worked on, not out yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, duh. I was just thinking. So, yeah, I got it backwards. You're talking about Lava here. Okay, I gotcha.
And then Goop Rush, which is the other one here, which is actually based on a more modern game you guys might kind of recognize bits of. He doesn't have the splash screen. Shoot. Something he did. But anyway, it's Ghost Rush with a radiation damage meter and a wave counter over here. So basically it's the same, pick up the things, but the more of these you pick up, your radiation goes down. The more you run into aliens, it goes up much faster, but you can actually earn your points back if you don't get hit. So there's no insta-death. It actually, you'll gradually get injured, and then you can really gradually try to get your strength back. And he kind of themed it on a more modern game, which is why it's actually in the green screen instead of color. And then Fire Playtest. Like I said, it was based on a Pico game, and basically you're going between these different scenes, and you're controlling these people with the trampoline, and all these people are jumping out of the flaming building. You got to try to bounce them into this ambulance. Because that works in real life all the time, right?
Yeah, that's the way the Hurricane Fire Department does it. They're not just going to rescue you. You'd be too lazy. You make you work for it.
Yeah. And of course, they've got like 15 people jumping out from different levels at once. You have to pick and choose which ones do I think I can rescue, which ones are just going to have to die.
Oh, I like the idea of that. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's actually a fun game too. And there's different scenes, different buildings that you go to between. This is the CoCo 1 and 2 color version of it as well. This is one of the CoCo 3 palettes. There's about 5 or 6 you can choose from. That was the grayscale one. So anyway, that's what Paul's been working on lately, and of course it's got his older stuff there if you want to go play some of that as well. So that was the one thing I wanted to show.
Very good.
Next up, I wanted to talk about Nick Marendi's latest release, which is a rarity for him. He's done a game completely in BASIC, and it was to experiment with a discovery I made recently that we've got these things called higher semi-graphics modes on the CoCo 1 and 2. Which gives you basically 9 colors on the screen at once instead of our normal 4 maximum. And even mixed graphics and text on the CoCo 1 or 2. And BASIC doesn't support these at all, normally. But I took a look at the way the memory maps for these various things are set up, and it's exactly the same as P-Mode 2 and P-Mode 4. And I thought, well, maybe if I do a couple of pokes to override what BASIC is setting the hardware to do, maybe I can enable it. And I found out, yes, you could. Now, because the pixels are set up completely differently than Bitmap Graphics does, that means a lot of the commands you normally do won't work properly, but a few do. So get put buffers, which gets a rectangular block on the screen and moves it somewhere else. As long as you line it up in an even byte boundary, it works. If you're doing lines or line boxes or line box fills, and you do it on an even byte boundary, it works. So some of the commands actually do work. And I showed it to Nick a couple months back, and he said, you know what? I think we could do some pretty decent-looking games. Because one thing he always complained about in a CoCo 1 or 2 is that there's only 4 colors at once, and there's 2 color sets, and one of them really sucks. So you're really left with not much. And Dragon people be familiar with this, too. By the way, this trick works on the Dragon as well. So basically, we started fiddling around with these couple of pokes to override what the CoCo or the Dragon's BASIC is doing for setting up these modes, and found out that you can write a game. Or do graphic demos or whatever else you want to do with it. So Nick did a port of the Atari 2600 game Hero. Now, in BASIC, obviously this is going to run much slower. On a CoCo 1 and 2, it runs almost too slow. I would say it's pretty close to being too slow, but it's playable. CoCo 3 is not too bad. It's more playable there. CoCo 3, the Gimme X, actually runs it not too shabby at all. And of course, if you want to run it, as fast as the original Atari 2600, just load an emulator and crank it up to 6 megahertz or something and have fun. So I wanted to just show a part of. We did a CoCo Tech episode, like a deep dive into how the whole semi-graphics thing work. I'm not going to bore you with all of that. I'll just show you a couple slides to explain what exactly a semi-graphics mode is.
I love
And
those
then I'll show you a
CoCo Tech
demo game.
episodes.
What's that?
I love those CoCo Tech episodes. Those are my favorites. When you get real deep.
Boat loves them. Boats are
Yeah.
real big techie.
Well, we're playing a follow-up sequel because we actually discovered some stuff we didn't know at the time we did this. So, let's see if I can share my screen here.
There we go. I see it now.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, so semi-graphics. The only one that's supported by BASIC is called semi-graphics 4. And that's your 32 by 16 text screen, or you can do 64, well, actually, and you can do 64 by 32 graphics in 9 colors, including black. That's with the set reset graphics on a stock CoCo 1 and 2. Even the MC10 supports that mode. There's higher ones, though, and it's done by combination of the video display generator and the SAM chip, the synchronous address multiplexer chip. So the MC10 does not have that. It can't do any of these higher modes. But basically, the way it works is that it kind of divides the character cells by scan line. And you can change, if it's every single scan line, you can change it. Every second scan line, you can change it. Otherwise, it just prints that part of the character that would appear there normally. So you can't shift stuff up and down within a character cell. And these have been used before on Dragon and on machine language CoCo games. And I can show a few samples here. Jumpin' Joey, for example, uses semi-graphics 12, which basically effectively gives you a 64 by 96 9-color mode. So you get really fat, wide pixels. It kind of reminds you a lot of Atari 2600 games that aren't using the sprites missile graphics too much. Protectors 2, that's another one that was quite popular. And this one actually did use the text characters and mixing the scan lines. It actually makes little waving people, and it's combining like a part of a letter A with a part of a letter L with part of a letter E, and a scan line of each kind of mixed together. And then Guardian, which is probably the best Defender clone on the CoCo 1 and 2, also uses semi-graphics as well. So it's definitely been used before, but not in BASIC. And we went through the presentation here that yes, you can actually do it. You can do it semi-graphics 12 and 24 only. You can't use 6 or 8 because those don't line up with an equivalent graphics mode that we're cheating with. And then I kind of explained which commands work. Some of them work completely fine. Some of them work with limitations that you have to kind of take into consideration. And we kind of went through that. And there's some other ones that won't do properly at all. Although you can try. We actually had CoCo Town actually did a video where he just decided, I'm going to try to draw a circle and a diagonal line and see what it does. And you get some pretty neat Moore pattern type stuff going on. So you could use it in some cases to do things, but it probably won't be exactly what you're trying to predict will happen. Just because the way the color masking works is totally different between that mode and the regular graphics modes. So I actually made some tables to make it easier for the basic programmers to know where the right boundaries are. You don't have to figure it out on your own. And then we have certain technical reasons you can do colors. Here's your actual 9 colors you can do. And then explain the character cells. So here's SG4. This is the one that's built in. When you turn a CoCo on, this is actually literally what it's doing. So you have a 32 by 16 grid of the text. Each character cell is 8 by 12 pixels. And you can see a letter B here. Little known fact, the the text characters are not actually black on bright green. It's a really, really dark green on a bright green, technically. And then I showed here, the white, ignore that. That's just a separator. And then here I showed the equivalent of a semi-graphics character block that actually does the 64 by 32 graphics. In this case, I picked one that is blue on the left side and black on the right. Technically, you can divide this into 4. So there's basically 4 quadrants. And you can mix and match the color within there. It has to be black and one other color for every text character cell. You can't mix more than one color at once unless you have a CoCo VGA, which, of course, we did back in the day. So for an SG12, basically it's the exact same thing, except now it divides every 2 scan lines. So everyone, I've got these little white separators to show you. So each of these you can actually mix and match as you're going down the screen. So if you just wanted to print a character B, you'd use the character string code for B, and you'd print each of these little chunks. And on the graphics, you can do this too. Now, on the text ones, like I said, you're limited. You can't change where, the top line of the B shows up. You have to put it on this specific second line of 2 scan lines. But on the graphics ones, because it's a solid color all the way through, you can basically control where it all goes. And then if you go to Semi-Graphics 24, then you get every scan line separately. And then you can mix and match, and that's where you do the waving men on Protectors too. But that means you can control these colors on every single individual scan line. So basically you get a full vertical 192 res with 9 colors, and then you get your 64 going across. And that's what basically we did. Here's a zoom up of the Protectors too, kind of help illustrate it. You can see like a little scan line of cyan, and then a dark blue that's a couple scan lines high. You got these little green ones. They're fat, wide pixels because of the way the mode works. You can do mixed text, because the text is actually what you're splitting apart. So you don't have to create little draw, graphic buffers of simulating text characters. You're using the real thing. You just store whatever character code S is 12 times, and you've drawn a full S. And then you can mix them together, like I said, on these waving men and stuff here, and they're actually animated if you play the actual game. But you'll see, like this bottom 2 rows here is basically the bottom of a capital A. And then you mix in some of these other ones here too, like this might be the top of a capital O or a 0 or something like that to get the head. So you can kind of mix and match and get some pretty cool effects that way. So, that was our tech talk. We went deep diving into it. There's a few corrections and additional things we've discovered since we'll be doing on a follow-up episode. But I wanted to show the actual game, and I also want to show the first demo that proved that this worked that we did. If I can find it here.
So this is a game changer. I mean, sorta.
For basic programmers, I think it is.
Yeah,
honestly.
that's great work, man.
Yeah, it was something that had been bugging me in the back of my head. I was looking through the Extended Basic Unraveled series, Spectral, did disassembling the ROMs, basically. And I was looking at the way the setup on those, the way that mode works normally in Extended Basic, and I was looking at Semi-Graphics, go, this is the same memory layout. The only difference is how the pixels, how you determine what colors are going where. It's done differently. And I thought, we have this get put option that does even byte boundaries and does it quite fast. And I thought, well, maybe this will actually work. And then I decided to try it with Nick on a live Discord call, and lo and behold, it did. Much to my
Outstanding.
surprise.
That's good stuff, dude.
So I did a little teaser video. I don't know if anybody here has seen it or not, but this is a Semi-Graphics 12, the same mode that Nick used in Hero. This is our very first little demo. And I just made a little joystick and a little spaceship that you can kind of float around and look at. So let me just share that. It's just a quick little video.
All right, I got you.
So you can see how drew this little ship and little rocket flames, and I animate between 2 different frames. And I made the joystick to have 2 speeds in each direction. So you can vary the speed a bit, but you can fly slow, you can fly fast, and kind of flickers the flames a little bit, even flashes the windshield. Have it firing using a line command. Now this is all in basic. I'm not even using a speed up hook. This is just stock CoCo 1.2 speed.
That looks great.
Yeah.
That's outstanding.
And that's not the highest res. I can actually have the pixels vertically so that there's twice as many, or not have, but double the number of pixels vertically as well. Which I also did demo in the show, but I won't bother here.
That's amazing for basic.
So
Okay, I'm gobsmacked over that.
So I will run VCC here. So this will run the CoCo 3 version of Hero. Now this is a free download from Nick. You can get it on the site. There's basically levels DAT, which is 20 levels of Hero, and there's multiple screens. And as you get further in, the higher levels have more and more screens. So there's a lot to explore and figure out. If you guys have played Hero, you're probably more familiar with this than even I am.
Oh yeah, I love that game.
There's 2 versions of the basic program here. So there's Hero Bass. That's the one that's basically optimized to run a little bit faster. We stripped out REMs and all kinds of stuff. If you want to learn how to do it or change the code, this version here called Hero-SRC actually has REMs explaining like this next line is drawing ships, or this next line is drawing a snake, or whatever else. And it's keyboard controlled, no joystick required. Now I'm going to run it at regular CoCo 3 speed. Like I said, if you have a Gimme X, you can run it at a much more decent speed. This will be pretty slow. It's a little bit slower even than this on a CoCo 1 and 2. But it's a playable game. It's more of an exploration game than a hardcore arcade game like the original one because of the speed. But this is pure basic. There's not a single lick of ML in here. We also add in the ability to start on any of the 20 levels you want. I'm just going to show one or two of the beginning ones, because I know you guys have other stuff to present. And the sound, unfortunately, won't share here, but it's just using play commands. So there, I'll drop a bomb.
This is a more laid-back hero.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a real chill guy. And this is all in basic.
Yeah.
It's like Leisure Suit Larry meets Hero, just kind of chill.
Yeah. It's a casual hero.
Yeah.
Now, the VCC has the option to do a speed increase that's roughly the equivalent of a Gimme X. So I'm going to show you what a Gimme X plays like, and I actually have tried this on the real
right.
Gimme X. Actually, sorry, no, that was the Gimme X speed. Let me show you the CoCo 3 speed. It's even slower yet.
This is like the hero's real sleepy.
Yeah. It's funny because Nick has some physical problems these days here, and he can't play the original hero at all. He just dies instantly. So he actually prefers the slower speed. But once again, basic. I mean, Nick's actually planning on doing a 609 native mode patch to kick it up another 10 to 50%. And like I said, if you want to play it in an emulator, we watch Buck Owens play because he's trying to complete all 20 levels. I think he's up to level 16 right now. But he plays it usually around 6 megahertz. Let me just...
he's the guy to do it. He's in the chat, too. I'm sure it won't be long.
So this is more what the speed he plays it at. Yep, that was a dead end. Stupid. Oop.
So this is pretty brisk here.
I'll just show the def sequence there. And like I said, VCC lets you crank it up to like 96 megahertz. I'm not going to do that because that's impossible.
Yeah.
I did see Buck was playing it, I think, 10? 8 or 10. Let me just see what that's like. I'll do 10. So if you're running in the emulator, of course, you can just overclock it, and then you can play whatever speed you like. But it will play in real hardware. It just needs 32K of RAM. Plays in a CoCo 1, 2, or 3, with or without Gimme X, and we're going to add the 609 native mode support, so you'll get an extra boost of speed on all of the platforms that have a 609 chip in them, including the CoCo 1 and 2. And we made it a mandate. We wanted this to run on stock basic. Like, we don't want to oversell what it's capable of doing. And to be honest, I mean, Nick and I discussed this after the fact, but Hero probably wasn't the best game to choose to show it off as a speedy thing, because it's doing a lot of checking, because you've got, like, lava walls. You got to worry about walls you can blow up, multiple monsters that are animated moving around. You have the little raft thing that floats across the lava pools later on in the game. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that has to do a lot of checking.
Buck
if
just
you did
mentioned, he just said he would have finished this, but there's some undocumented features with the walls in the dark rooms.
Nick has to fix some undocumented features, which he hadn't hit in gameplay testing. Idiosyncrasies, I think, is what we called it on the show today.
The thing about this, though, anyone that knows anything about CoCo Basic, or Basic, it's not like there were a bunch of action games that were lightning fast written in CoCo Basic that looked good. I mean, this is astronomically astounding compared to the things I've seen in the past. I mean, by comparison, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, just getting this many colors on the screen on a CoCo 1 or 2 is not something you ever saw a basic game do unless it was really low res.
You guys have really stumbled into something here, I think. And you're right, this probably might not be the best game to showcase it, but, I mean, if you think about it, are there any sort of, I can think of many possibilities game-wise that with this sort of, with this opened up.
Yeah. Well, remember that demo I showed you with the little rocket ship flying around?
Yeah. That looked great.
That was running without any speed-up pokes at all. That was running at stock CoCo out of the box. So that is slower than it can run even in basic. So if you do a game that is more simplistic and doesn't have all these checks for walls and monsters and light switches and all this other stuff that Nick has to do while he's running here, plus he's decrementing your energy counter and all this other kind of stuff. If you did a straight arcade game of just shooting stuff, for example, then you could actually, I think, do a much faster looking game. I might actually entertain the idea of doing that after some of my other Tandy project stuff is done.
I bet Nick's licking his chops over this.
Yeah, he just sent me a message, actually. I don't know if he's watching live right now. Let me just check, because I saw something on Discord from Nick literally show up as you said that. No, not related. So, but anyway, yeah, that's Hero. If you want to learn how to do it, if you have a CoCo and you want to learn how to do the thing, you can watch the CoCo Tech episode first of all, of course, which will explain how to do semi-graphics using Extended Basic. And then you've got a sample here that Nick has done that actually is a full-blown game with 20 levels, and the later levels have like 10, 20 screens each. So there's a lot of it gets more puzzly later. I mean, it's a bit slow. Yeah. But later on, you're trying to decide what is the best route to take. Because if I go here, I'm going to shut the light switch off, then I can't see anything. And if I go this way, I'm going to get killed by a bat no matter what I try. So you have to go this way first, blow up the wall, then come back down type thing. So there's a bit of a puzzle element to it, which actually it makes it fun even at the slow speed.
Outstanding stuff, man. I'm blown away by that. I mean, I really am. You guys are really pulling something off. Just for people that aren't super familiar with the Nation or your work in particular, Curtis, tell people where they can go to look you up and to watch the Nation, should they be so inclined.
Well, just do a search for the CoCo Nation on either Twitch or YouTube. We stream live at 2 p.m. Eastern every Saturday, and the show lasts until the following Saturday. No, I'm just kidding. It's pretty close.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we usually average about a 3 to 4 hour show. Sometimes it's a little bit shorter if it's a shorter news week. Sometimes it's longer. And we also do specials every once in a while. We have a Dragon show we try to do at least once a year. We sometimes twice. We also do an MC10 special. We've done one of those. We'll probably, now that all this new MC10 stuff's coming, we'll probably start covering that a bit more and maybe do another special. And of course, we are definitely active at CoCo Fest, and we've got quite a few people that are involved with the world of retro computing that was in Kitchener or VCF. Multiple CoCo people show up to several VCFs and have their own tables and booths. So, and we welcome Jason Warnes into the cult. I mean the fold. And,
he's in. There he is now.
It was very welcoming. Yeah.
Yeah. And I won't even get into Nitrostine. That's for the next ICC. So.
Very good. It's the first time I knew you had to get that a word in on it before it was all said and done. That's really, I'm extremely impressed with that. I mean, that really blows my mind. So that's good. That's good stuff, Curtis. And I'm actually anxious. Of course, Nick's already out of the gate with the Hero clone, but I'm sure he could come up with all sorts of crazy stuff given his ability. So there's no
I will sneak a little bit of what Nick's working on now. So he's got a graphic demo. He's trying a technique that could be used for some pretty fancy looking intro screens and stuff. So he's doing a bit of testing on that. And hopefully I'll have a demo within a couple weeks. And then he's back to the pinball game.
Oh, boy. Gosh, I can't wait. That's great.
I also mentioned Paul Fiscarelli is currently working on porting a port of the Commodore 64 game Ghostbusters for the CoCo.
Oh, man, I love that game.
That's one of my favorites.
Boy,
that's actually is demoing right now at Tandy Assembly in Springfield, Ohio.
Very good.
When you're not busy eating small animals.
No comment there. We were talking about that earlier, man. Hey, that's good stuff, Curtis. Thank you very much for that. I see one of our stalwarts has meandered into the room. It's our good buddy from down under, much like Nick. It's our good buddy Graham W. of Vebke. What's going on, Graham? You're sporting the old school ARG Presents T-shirt. You know, the only one we've got because my brother's dragging his feet, if you know what I mean. How you doing tonight, Graham?
All good, all good. Very busy down here. Getting ready for another trip. Minding a dog this weekend.
Oh man.
What's happened to your hair, Graham?
Yeah.
Aaron inspired me.
Yeah.
No.
Man, did you pick the wrong person to get inspired by? No,
that's the first time anyone's ever said those words, by the way.
I thought maybe it was part of the minimalist journey.
Well, I'm going to be a bit of a hypocrite with what I'm going to say today, but anyway.
You look like a badass, Graham. I'm just gonna sit here and tell you.
Yeah, it looks good.
It looks good.
It's mostly because we're coming into the hotter weather we were supposed to be, and you know, if you start wearing hats and stuff and your hair gets caught in it, I hate that. So
I've never had that happen, Graham.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So what's on the docket this week? Since we got you here, might as well just push you forward into the
Throw
middle
me
of
in
the
the
circle.
deep end.
That's right.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I said I was preparing myself for a trip. I'm leaving on Thursday. I'm going to Japan again.
Oh boy.
So I've been preparing this new gadget. I don't know if I've shared it before with you guys, but it's a little travel router and it runs on USB-C.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's 2.5 gigabit LAN as well and Wi-Fi 6. And what I can do is I can plug it into the wall socket in a hotel room and then use this for all my devices to connect to. So, when you go to a hotel and you have to register all the different devices that you want to plug into the Wi-Fi at the airport, and it's a real pain in the bum. You get those screens that say, acknowledge, and this is my email, collect, all that stuff. With this, I don't need to do it. I just plug it straight in. And then I just Wi-Fi to this, and all my devices know about the SSID for this.
So let me get this straight. You go to a hotel, you just register that as your device with them.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. So
That's
this is all
that's
they get.
brilliant because even with like cruise ships and stuff, sometimes they'll limit the amount of devices that you can use and whatnot. You've done everything to jump around that. It's a very clever idea.
Yeah. So this will get around that.
But I must say a but there.
Yeah.
Because if they have a support team, they will deny your rogue access point.
Oh, I see.
We'll see.
Yeah, it takes a couple of days.
Listen, report back on that, Greg, because I think that's quite brilliant.
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a couple of days. Yeah.
And
it might be a good way of putting a non-standard firewall between you and the public network too.
Yeah, of course.
Good, Adam. Yeah.
What it also can do is it can act as a Wi-Fi man in the middle, so I don't even need to use this. I can set this up and tell it to think that it's a phone, and then so the Wi-Fi at the hotel thinks it's a phone.
Smarty pants.
And then it tethers out to my devices, so it's a Wi-Fi tether as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's quite brilliant.
And in the back of it, it's got a USB port where you can put in a 4G or a 5G modem as well.
Hey, Graham, hold on 1 second. Bo, could you shove any more of that in your face? Boat shows up, and I mean, that looks
awesome. I want
pornographic what
one.
you were doing.
Has he got to buy me in or something?
No kidding. My God, he can
I'm
dislocate
jealous.
his lower jaw to eat that food.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Graham. Carry on. I just thought I had to
That's all right.
acknowledge that.
It's bigger than the router.
So I sent Aaron a message saying, man, I really need a buffalo chicken
did.
calzone.
He did.
So I made it happen with the power of my car.
Man, that's a good angle. That's a smart
Sorry,
move.
Graham. Continue.
Yeah, all good, all good. So trying to hide the identifier on it. Okay, here we go. So that's the detail. Oh, is that inversed? Is it, or is it coming through the right way?
We can read it.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, it's a GLI net, and it's called a Beryl. Okay, that's the product name, Beryl. So I've tested it around the house, and it seems to be working. So this is going to be the first trip I'm going to give this a go on. So I'll report back if it's good and if the hotel's smart enough and whatnot. So we'll see how that goes. And because it runs on USB-C, I'm just going to take one of these little flexi cables.
Hey, Graham,
and
Super Tech Boy asked me
Yep.
to ask you a question here. Can that accept a cellular SIM card, he asks?
Not directly into the router.
Yeah.
But if you've got like a USB dongle for a SIM card, yes, it will acknowledge it from this port.
There you go. There you go. Well done. Carry on.
So that's that. Did I couldn't recall if I shared this acquisition, the Neo 6502, which is the
It's the
single board.
I do. I think you
Right.
did mention it, but I don't remember.
I did.
So have you used this thing much in the interim?
I've used this more than my own Apple II computer now. So yeah, in a world of hurt with that, I don't know if I'll get rid of the Apple II, but given the size of it, I compare it to the mouse.
So this thing is it's scratching your itch with the Apple stuff. It's working pretty well for you.
Yeah, all I need to do to do everything I need is I've got a
Explain to
USB.
people who didn't see it last time. What are you holding up? Because some people don't know what that is that you had there.
Okay. Very good. So it's a very small credit card size single board computer inside a case. The case is currently screwed, so unfortunately I don't have a screwdriver to pull it out. It solves one of the Apple II's major problems, though. Recently, a new device just came out, HDMI. So now there's an Apple displayed a HDMI dongle that you can buy that works with the Apple IIe. I don't know if it works with the 2C, which is what I have, but I'll look into that and report next time. It's got one USB port which you can use as a USB host. So that's why I put the hub in, and it's got the hub's got a Logitech keyboard mouse adapter receiver thing, and this is the USB key that's got the Apple II 32 megabyte hard disk on it, which doesn't sound like a lot these days when you say it out loud, but it is what it is. And it's 3 ports, so potentially I could have a wired keyboard and a wired mouse if I wanted to. Sorry, 4 ports. And it's USB-C powered as well.
Yeah.
And that's the audio out headphones, so you can plug that into a set of speakers or whatever.
It's actually much better than the shit I got.
Yeah, but you missed that earlier. Graham actually, or Edvin had a little single board was a Pico Edvin that you
Pico
had.
Mac.
That did your Mac, your
right,
black
yeah.
and white Mac. So it's funny you guys
Right,
both
okay.
had one, just a different sort of level of Apple.
Yes, mine's much earlier.
Do you take that? Or do you take that with you when you go on vacation to fill around the hotel or whatever? No.
No,
Just
mate.
the
No, I
size is
just
so
take...
small. It's that you can stick it in anything.
Yeah, no, that's true. No, I'm still coming to grips with it, but it's got its own version of BASIC. And watching what Curtis just presented with his BASIC, it's getting to that same level as what Curtis was showing, and they're doing all sorts of animating and stuff in BASIC and spriting and all things. So, the Apple II has come a long way as well.
Hey, Greg, we had a question from the chat.
Sure.
So, what exactly is that running off of? And that's a legit processor, right? I mean, that's real hardware in there, and it's not running any sort of Linux wrapper or anything. It just boots up as per use. So that's not an emulator. That's a straight up hardware, right? Am I getting that right?
Okay, 50% right.
Okay,
So
get in
it's
there.
got a So it's got a 65C02
right
CPU on there, but it has an RP2040, and that has a controller on it that looks for a specific boot image that's on this USB key. And then once it finds that boot image, then it will read the Apple hard disk. So it does have a very small amount of Linux on here as well.
I see. There you go, Mr.
But
Mr. Chip.
the main difference between using this and say just a Raspberry Pi or something else is because it physically has the 65C02 on here.
Now you fooled around of course you were an early adapter when it comes to the MISTer, and now how does this thing run alongside the MISTer? Would you consider this as more accurate, as accurate? I mean, have you had much any issue running software on it?
So the games that I have in my hard disk image, the compatibility is better. It's still not 100%, but it's better.
Very good.
So if I was an Apple II aficionado, I would consider this is a better idea. But if you want a vast variety of machines, devices, just still stick with MISTer.
Well, the MISTer, it's pretty well known that the MISTer's Apple II core is not 100%. I know I've talked to Flack, and it's got some issues.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming
They've
that's
only
an
just
advantage you're going to have with that thing.
Locally, when they're
Yeah.
on sale and they're available at DigiKey, they're only $35.
Oh, really? So $35. So those are quite.
Yes.
So much like Edvin's
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's a good point you raise, Adam. The point of entry to these is quite small. So especially if you're only into Apple, it also does ORIC. So if anyone's interested in ORIC machines, it's also
Really?
got an ORIC booter. Yes.
So that same
ORIC 1.
device will run them both.
Yes, and someone's currently trying to do a Commodore 64 on it as well.
You know, the Brent's a big Oric guy, if you can believe
Yeah,
that.
right.
He loves the Oric. That might be a stocking stuffer, Graham. You might have just gave me an idea.
Okay. Continuing the Apple theme, I bought this book. I haven't read about it yet.
Wow.
It's the Apple Monitor peeled. So just to help with debugging and pokes and all that sort of stuff. Because I know very little about it. It's only a thin book. It's only about 40-something pages. Yeah, 40 pages. And I love the font, and it's old type, like an old typewriter.
Looks like something like a
So
BBS.
like how, yeah, it's like how it used to be in the old magazines and stuff too. So
Are
it's
you
quite.
are you gigging into monitor stuff? Are you real monitor? Are you doing hardware
Well,
stuff on the real monitor?
So what I wanted this for is sometimes when the games crash, it throws out to the Apple II monitor.
Yep.
And it gives you a message. And when I look at that before, I just look at it and go, oh, this is just a bunch of hex just thrown to the screen, and I got no idea what it is. Let's just try again. So I bought this book in the hope of trying to understand these areas a bit better, and then maybe, who knows, I could give some feedback to the devs and whatnot, or maybe I can, try and find an image that works better or something.
Very good.
There was just a point of interest. I may not have shown this before, but I picked this up as well. 1986 Apple Buyer's Guide.
Oh boy.
In the plastic. So yeah, that'll be interesting to open that up. Here we go. And this is where I become a hypocrite from my minimalism quest. So I have a new bitmap.
Oh yes.
The PC Engine Collector's Edition. Sorry about the reflective. It's unopened at the moment.
That's a big boy.
It is a big boy. So yeah, it weighs a ton actually. But essentially, it's just a reference to all the cards and cases that were on the PC Engine games. And I believe most of it's Japanese games too.
Nice. That would be handy. Listen,
So,
never be a slave to your own credo. That's what I say. When you gotta when
Yeah.
some PC Engine book like that, you gotta pick that up. You did the right thing. Those PC Engine's awesome, and that Japanese
Yeah, it's
stuff
one
is
of-
confusing. You need a book.
So
Yeah,
is
it's
that
one of
going to
my-
be a collector you're going to keep in the plastic, or is that something you're going to open up and use?
No, I haven't opened it yet. I'm prepared to open it up now if you'd like me
No,
to.
no.
You're
I
killing
mean, if you're
Daisy.
going to, I mean, that's mint unsealed and such.
Yeah, it's
Super
me.
Tech Boy
But-
wants you to open it.
Does he?
He's in the chat.
I'm
He asked if you were going to
I'm
open
prepared
it.
to do it because I haven't read it.
I mean,
so I'm
you're
prepared
going
do
to
it.
read it at some point, right?
That's right. Yeah, I'm not keeping it for mint.
I'm sure
Yeah.
the art
Rip
Right.
it
is
up,
top
man.
shelf.
Rip it up.
Here we go.
You're an
here we go.
instigator, Edvin. That's what you are.
It's a troublemaker.
There we go.
There it goes. There it is. Sorry, Dave.
It's all right.
You could fix that. You get a vacuum sealer.
I'll be honest with you.
That's
I
right.
wanted to see it, so I'm glad you opened it up because I love the PC Engine. I love and like I said, it's the
that
art
looks
is
nice.
great.
I like that.
Yeah,
Nice big hard
Yeah.
cut.
Oh yeah,
that's a
great.
big
Yeah.
boy right there.
You could just buy a RMCA RMC vacuum something.
He's not gonna reseal it, you knuckleheads. It's a
Yeah,
it's a
I could-
reference piece.
I could reseal it with one of those sous vide machines.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do.
Ooh,
Oh yeah. And so each of those pages like a different game?
Yes, it
Holy
appears so.
smokes, that's a crap load of games. And so all the descriptions are in English.
Yes.
Man, I could use
That's
that.
neat.
And let me find a Japanese title that no one will know about. Here we go.
Do you get that shipped from the UK?
Oh, it's
Boyle?
heavy. What's that, sorry, mate?
Do you get it shipped from the UK?
Yes, mate. Yeah, from Bitmap.
Man, that's just
They had to
dandy.
reinforce the boat, I'm sure of it.
No kidding. That is a good pickup right there. You should not feel bad about getting that.
Yeah.
I could use that.
And if you need to bludgeon an intruder, you've got something to bludgeon
Yeah.
them with.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Or a
right.
step tool. The good thing is, you need
Yeah.
a big thing because I'm sure the paper in that's nice, and you've got it's all color and stuff. So you got to have the best stuff.
The sleeves are removable
Beautiful.
too, if you're so inclined.
When was that? They're asking when that was published, Graham.
It's been published for a while. I ordered it probably just after the last ICC.
So was that March? Something
Yeah,
like
it was
that?
about March, April when I ordered it. Yeah. So that's really my only book acquisition other than the Apple Monitor.
Those guys do good stuff over there. The Bitmap books.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I get in trouble every time I go to that site,
Yeah.
man. They're such fantastic quality.
I could buy
Yeah.
almost everything they've ever put out and not feel bad about it. It's great stuff.
Yep. I have to be careful when I go there too, especially with my minimalism quest, so I don't become a hypocrite.
Do you know how?
And,
do you know how far into the? Someone's asked. Super Table asks if there are any of the newer PC Engine games in there. Do you know when the cutoff was on it?
Good question. I don't know, but I can have a look if there's any games that he would like me to look and see if it's in the book.
Yeah, Tech. Is there anything you want him to look up?
Um,
He'll look it up for you. Is that? I assume
I can look. I can look it
good
up
index.
now, or he can send me a message on Discord, and I can look it up. It's no problem.
Very good.
Continuing down the hypocrite road.
Would you stop with that?
I was talking to Chris Folds and to John and all that. Originally, I was thinking of picking up a PS3 because they're so hackable now.
Yeah.
But I didn't. I listened to my children and got a PS5 instead.
Oh, you got one.
So yeah, so we got that.
Of course.
Hey, Graham. I've got
Hey.
a question about the man. You picked up Stray too, right? You got a free code for Stray?
Yeah, we got a code for Stray, yeah.
I want to go back to that book real quick. The books that you so graciously gave us,
Yeah.
and I was glad that Brent and Aaron wanted nothing to do with them because I took them all.
That's not true. We didn't get a chance to get anything.
Listen, you tell your story.
Boat
I'll tell
took
mine.
all the books.
You snooze, you lose.
They are numbering on the spines. Do they continue? Like, does your new one have a number on the spine as part of a collection?
No.
Okay, I was just
So
curious about.
this is.
Oh yeah.
It's not part of a series. So those white books are part of a series, or black
Mhm.
one in the case of the ZX Spectrum. They're part of a
But
series.
this one is a
not.
separate.
This
thing.
is a one-off book. It comes in two editions: the standard edition and the collector's edition that I got.
I see.
And I believe the standard edition is soft cover, and the collector's edition is hard cover inside the protector.
Very cool.
Yeah, I love it. I'm going to read that now that it's opened.
The visual compendium series from Bitmap is the ones which has the numbers along the side. So
yeah, that's it. That's it. Compendium.
Pix knows
That's
these
it.
things.
Yeah.
I've got them on my shelf.
That's in his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And the last thing I will share is well, those that know me know that I'm a bit of a watch nut. And recently I went to a Longines watch event for getting your watch historically traced.
Ooh.
And I during COVID I acquired this historic Longines piece. I don't know how well it's going to come up. Turns out this was the insides of it was made in 1946, and it was sold to an English plane pilot in 1948. And somehow it's made its way into my hands in Aussie land in 2021 when I picked it up during COVID. I tried to get it authenticated, but it turns out that the back of it is not the original back, so Longines won't authenticate it because it's not in its original piecing.
Yeah, I know
So
with Mylon jeans, the serial number was actually on the inside of the
yes,
back case. Yeah.
yeah, they had to open it up. They had the watchmaker come there and open it up, and he said, "This looks weird." And then the lady that came out from the factory, sorry, not the factory, the Longines Museum, she had a look at it and said, "I can't find. This is the first watch where I can't find a match." Because she had a look at the inscription on the inside of the case back when they unscrewed it and had a look. And then under, the monocle, she had a look and there was another serial number actually on the watch movement itself, and it didn't match.
Mm.
So what it looks like has happened is that the bottom side of the watch was damaged and it got replaced with another piece, and because of that I can't get it verified anymore, which is, suck eggs to me. But it's still a piece of history, and I had no idea it was that old. And I've got an invite to go to the museum in Saint-Omer in Switzerland, and anyone can go, but they want me to bring that watch if I ever go there. So
Oh my gosh.
yeah, so that'll be interesting experience if I ever get that way.
You'll
again.
have to time that trip with a trip to Basel World at the same time. And you can just hit all the
Yeah, or Watches and Wonders in Geneva or something like that. Yeah.
That's really cool. How do they
So,
how do they trace that back? Was that all the serial numbers that they were able to trace it back?
yeah. Longines is one of the few watch manufacturers that serialize and record everything.
Wow, how neat!
Yeah, so they're a very historically focused watch company, and if you're into watches at all, and everyone is probably sick of me talking about them, but Longines is a company that I have no hesitation in recommending because of their I wouldn't say value prospect, because you still got to pay a good chunk of change for a good piece, but compared to say a Rolex, you're getting much better value.
You're getting much better value for sure. Is that a dome crystal on that one?
Yes.
Yeah, it looked like it. What's the crystal? Is it in good shape?
It's the original.
Mm-hmm. So it's
They-
probably
they
mineral
were-
crystal, right?
It is mineral. You're right.
Yeah.
So can you see the dome
Yeah,
on
the
that? I don't
dome.
know.
The dome's really nice. I'm shocked that that's the original crystal and it's in such good shape. Because those
Yeah.
dome crystals get damaged super easy.
It's also the original stem and crown. So
Yeah, that's quite a piece for sure.
yeah.
That's what a neat story. I never had the kind of wad it would take to get to the watch game. However, when you find out the histories and stuff about them, that makes me far more allured into the watch world, because it would be fun
Yes.
to. I like when you can trace stuff back, and it's not very often that you could do that. Sometimes with art, but it never occurred to me that you could trace a watch back like that. So that's really, really interesting. That's good stuff, Graham. How's everything going,
Yeah,
by the
so-
way? Are you how long have you been home before you're heading back out? Have you been back in town for a while?
Yeah, I've been back here since July,
Yeah.
so been a while.
Are you going to be gone for another super whirlwind expedition, or are you just a shorter trip?
No, I'm going to Japan for 10 days. I'm going to meet up with Vicky,
Oh,
Pixel
that's
Vixen.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to meet her in Nagoya for a day. see what she's up to. And then I'm just going to go around and explore a few places because I'm planning on taking my youngest daughter there next year in April. And she wants to meet the exchange students that we have. It's something that we have going on in our home quite often is we have exchange students from Japan that come here. And that keeps the house busy, I can tell you. Anyway, so she wants to go over there and see them and see their house and all that type of stuff.
That'll be a fun experience
and
for
see
her.
their local. Yeah. So I'm not very familiar with Osaka. Most of my Japanese explorations have been on the Tokyo, Chiba, that sort of Yokohama side of Japan, which is the southeastern side of Japan. And I'm not very experienced with the southwest side, so that's part of the reason also why I'm going to spend the day with Vicky, and I'm going to pick her brain because she lives on that southwestern side of Japan now, and get some pointers and whatnot so that I can better prepare for that trip for my daughter next year.
Yeah, that's great. It's lucky Vicky is I mean, her being over there is a real boon because you've got someone that can, give you the full tour and let you know
Yes.
what's going on. Hey, before we let you finish up, someone asked about a game. If you feel froggy and you feel like looking it up, they've asked if you could look up the game FX Unit Yuki. If you want to look it up, just see if it's a 2018 game for the PC Engine. Just to see what's in there. It'd be kind of neat to find out. And I will say, while you're looking that up, that Mevunki is saying that Osaka is great. Good music and retro shops there. So he's putting it over.
Fantastic.
So there you go. So that was it was FX and then space unit Yuki.
Okay. Unfortunately, no.
Nope, he's not seeing that one. Now, I don't know if the Japanese games are translated into English titles, so I don't know if that has anything to do with anything. He said it was in 2018, so that may have been past the length that this game. I mean, that would be a very late release, obviously.
Yeah.
Probably. In fact, that may not be an official. They're saying it's a new title. It had they also said it had an English translation. So there you go. So that it may be a homebrew even. They're saying so there you go. That's
okay.
Probably not going to find that in there.
I need to find out if it's going to be an official release book only or not. I don't quite know.
Well, at least it was something neat to look up just to see.
I can report back.
Very good, very good. Well, that's good stuff, Graham. Like I said, I think you got some real winners this time. They were putting over that router too in the chat, so I think I think the people are giving you the thumbs up for that stuff, and I agree. I think that's some good stuff. In the book, I'm gonna have to keep myself from going over that website. I personally don't go there because I'm just like Dave. I would jump into it. I can't help myself, and I'm cheap. So there you go. Good stuff, Graham. Very good.
Did you start the ebook, by the way, Aaron?
Did I what now?
The audio book, sorry.
No, I have not. It's funny. Here's a funny story. So I was going to start it yesterday on my way to prison, and they shut down all the labs in Kentucky because of this big hurricane that blew through. And in fact, we were talking about it earlier. It blew up through Florida and through North Carolina and South Carolina and into Kentucky and Tennessee and did a lot of damage. And so we went home early, so I didn't get to go out to prison. So I'll be taking it with me Monday. I've got a lot of prison visits coming up in the next week, and so that's gonna take care of me. I appreciate that, Graham. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, that's cool. The timing of the book with the game and everything was quite uncanny too, I thought.
Yeah, no kidding, eh?
Yeah.
Speaking of uncanny, we'd like to take these things to the house with a certain someone. It's funny that we've almost got an order because it seems like, Graham, you always are the setup man for Dave. I don't know what it is. It seems like it happens every time. And you've done it again because we always bring in the closer, take this thing to the house. And we're going to bring him in right now from the incredibly hot desert down in the southwest of America. It's our good buddy, David Z. Dave, how are you tonight?
I'm good, thanks.
You look great. Look
Good
at
to see everybody.
Everybody look at David Z. Dave, get in there and look at
It's
that.
the sun.
Turn your head
It's the
sideways.
sun.
Look at how. Remember when this guy was a woolly freak? Now look at him. He could go. He could work in any mortuary or insurance joint. I mean, you look great, Dave. You look 20 years younger.
Otis agrees.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm not gonna take too much of the time. Gonna do a quick. I want to show you some of the new junk I got, and then I want to talk real quick about where this new junk took me. So let me see if I can share things.
The new junk took you somewhere? Sounds
Yeah,
like one of my
yeah,
mini
you'll see.
vehicles.
Yes, they did.
You'll see. Okay.
There it is.
So hopefully you're. Oops. Let me move this over. So
got you,
one of the first things I got was the old Mac. Did I show you the old Mac yet on ICC? I might have showed it on the Discord. I kind of forget. It's a Power PC. It was 8600. I also got the fantastic monitor with it, right?
Oh yeah.
So that thing kind of grew a bit. I had to get data in and data out. So the current setup looks like this. I got the old Power Mac on the bottom. I got this thing here. This is a CD-ROM and a Jazz. And I got another drive, and I got a writer. It's all working really, really good. I'm pretty happy with the setup. But I think I've taken it about as far as I can.
It looks precarious,
One of
Dave. Like it could tip over.
That's what I thought too, but it's got the rubber feet on there, and it's not too bad. This right on top of the Power PC, it's got a little bit of an angle I have to worry about. Some of the other stuff I got, I ended up getting I ended up getting a whole bunch of Commodore 64 stuff. That's fun. I actually got this highly modified 5041.
That doesn't look modified at all. What are you talking about?
Man,
Yeah,
I approve of that. That's right up my alley right there.
Automatic cooler. I did get this, which was fantastic. Supposedly it's got an additional RAM board on there. I mean, and I haven't figured out what the hole in here was for yet. But he does have notes, right? Remove
disk before turning on.
Yeah, that seems strange, but I'll live with it.
Might be some
I guess 'cause
electromagnetic action or something going on. It's like the Acula
Well,
atom. Remove tape before turning on machine.
there was a version of Maverick that used the RAM board that supposedly made copying things easier. I picked up a bunch of floppies. All these things are filled with floppies. So many floppies.
For what?
I picked up a C64.
Oh,
All this
okay.
is C64.
Oh.
C128 also. I also picked up a couple of drives. These are the 3.5 FD2000s.
yes.
These are like gold.
Yes,
These are
they are.
These are awesome. There is a guy up in Canada who's remaking them.
Yeah, I've seen that
but-
guy's stuff. It looks good.
Yeah. But yeah, I picked up a couple of these. These are fun to play with. And getting ready for Canada. He's
There
making
it is. Yeah.
this is just a 3D print I did. It's a mock-up.
Yeah.
He's gonna be making these. Back to the 64 stuff.
I love
I
those.
also picked up a couple of keyboards for my Commodore 128D. So my current Commodore setup is such.
Wow.
I've got the D on the bottom. I've got the 128 flat in the middle, the 64 C on the top, and then the keyboard on the. This is so much fun. I've got the drives over here. They're all connected up. This is my current 64 8-bit setup, and I'm having so much fun with it. One other thing I did get was I got a bunch of those printer interfaces. If anybody needs a C64 printer interface, just let me know.
Got some good joysticks in there too. You got some of the Epic joysticks in there. Those are good.
Oh yeah. I love those. I did pick up a monitor that's a Tandy monitor. So maybe if any of you Tandy folks can tell me if this is anything decent.
Adam,
That's a good monitor. That's that'll do CGA, TGA, and EGA. The
Nice.
RGB ones will do I do believe up to, or maybe that's the CM10.
It's a CM8.
Yeah, this one's a CM8. I think that one is congruent with Tandy's CM5, but it'll work with any Tandy 1000 as well.
Yeah, Tandy had good monitors. I always thought. I thought they did. They were pretty. Adam, you want to do Tandy monitors you like? Are we happy with the quality of those? Are they on par with the Commodore monitors? You think in terms of their
I've
quality?
got 3 of them. Their
Yeah.
VGA monitors are questionable, but their CGA, TGA, and RGB monitors are great.
The VGA was out of the scope of what Tandy should have been doing. Too hard.
I think the guy might have got this thinking it would do the 128/80 column mode, because I got it from a Commodore guy.
That should do 80 column, but it doesn't do. So, that's they're different standards. I think the 128. I don't remember if it does digital out or if it does analog out. It does digital out. They both do digital out, so that's kind of weird that it doesn't work.
Yeah, I haven't tried it. I just have so much stuff, so little time. On the and one other thing, I started playing around with this C64 OS. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of this.
I remember that. That was out a couple years ago. Somebody covered it on this very show, I believe.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The guy keeps making updates and enhancements. It's pretty interesting. On the Amiga side, I've been playing with my 4000. I got the what was it, the A3630 board on this bad boy. And these are actually the HDMI and the network cables I'm running on here. Having lots of fun. I love my 4000. It's running fine. But through all of that, the main thing I got was a lot of the 8-bit stuff, right? So I went back to my kind of 8-bit roots. Oops. Sorry. There we go. Can you see anything?
Yeah, we got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. I gotta turn this.
Look at Graves' cute dog, everybody.
Where's it at? Okay.
Hey, we got it. We can see you.
There we go. I spent 5 minutes testing this before the show, so we're ready to go. So this brought me in real quick. I want to spend a quick 5 minutes or so talking about 64 kernels, carts, and storage. Having so many devices or machines, I ran into lots of problems, right? One of the things that I found is the biggest help is a proper kernel. Right, you've got your standard 64 kernel. This is what all the 64s have. This is what everybody runs. One thing I noticed was the XX kernel is a little different for colors, but it's supposed to be the same thing. It's weird though. In this picture, you notice there's different basic bytes free. I don't know what's going on there, but whatever. I'll give them a pass. Aside from this, your big other standard one is Jiffy DOS. Jiffy DOS 6.01. I think it was released in it says here 89. This is what everybody kind of really loves. This is you put a ROM on the computer, you put a ROM in the drive, whether it be a 41, a 71, or an 81, and it makes things faster. I don't want to get too technical on how it makes things faster, but it just does. That is kind of the current standard. It's even being still sold by I believe Jim Brain, a couple other guys. I think
Retro Rewind
sells them.
I was gonna say Retro Rewind sells them. Yeah, a couple others.
I think they're the exclusive North American distributor of Jiffy DOS, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not
yeah,
sure.
they made that deal during Boat Fest on the phone.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Nice. But so I do have many with Jiffy DOS. However, there's another thing called Dolphin DOS. Dolphin DOS was designed for parallel communication. I've got a lot of 64 1541s that you can do a modification to where the data also travels over the parallel. You plug the parallel into the expansion port of the 64. Dolphin DOS was designed for that. But then at some point, somebody made Dolphin DOS Jiffy SD to IEC enhanced. I haven't played with that too much. It does seem to be, and I hate to say it, a little faster than the Jiffy DOS. Lastly, my favorite is Jaffe DOS. Now, Jaffe DOS is fantastic. What Jaffe DOS does is you take a Jiffy DOS ROM image, and it's a 64 application. You run it through this application, and you give it some parameters, and it creates the Jaffe DOS ROM image, right? And it allows you to customize a lot of stuff. Like you see here at the top here, I've got the yellow words, and it says Jaffe DOS right here. You could change the color, you could change the words, you could change everything. You see, I've got the ready prompt is white. You can also go in there and reprogram all the F keys. And I personally think that this one is even faster than the Dolphin DOS Jiffy SD2IEC. Now, do I have any numbers or anything to prove this? No, not at all. But I got a hunch. So I definitely, anybody who's a 8-bit fan of Commodore, definitely try some of these out and let me know what you think. Next, carts and storage, right? I think I went over a page. Yeah, okay, so with carts and storage, what I found out, there was two things with big carts and storage is the format of the file that you'll be using. So there's a D64 and there's also something called a G64. A G64 is an entire disk image, all the tracks there. The D64 is only the tracks where there's information. So if you've got a copyright game and you want to play that or attempt to play that, you need the G64 because they may have hidden data not on tracks. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the key to getting good emulation, I found, was to use the G64. Now, the problem there is that some devices, the main device out there is the SD.IEC, right? This plugs in right to your IEC port on your Commodore. Some of them, it does require external power. There's many different types of these, and many of them have, a lot of them have the power going right to the cassette port. Others have USB power, other stuff like that. I personally had issues with this and the G64 format, right? Here's a picture of some more how they look. I then went over to the Pi 1541.
Ooh.
So the Pi 1541 allows you to use the ROM images from the 1541 to configure your drive. So remember back when I said with Jiffy DOS, you need a ROM in both the drive and in the computer. Well, with the Pi 1541, you're able to replace that ROM with the real Jiffy DOS ROM. That's an enhancement. That's great. However, I personally didn't have the greatest experience with the Pi 1541. It seemed to slow things down for me. It wasn't the solution I was looking for. It's really cool. You see, it's got the case over there. I really love it, but it just wasn't for me. I then went to what's called an Easy Flash 3. This thing is less of a storage solution and more of a kernel replacement. It'll allow you to easily switch between any of those kernels we just talked about, as well as automatically load up additional carts and stuff. But it's not a standard storage. In SDIEC, you'll be able to take your D64 image and load it up and play it. Not so much with the Easy Flash. Next, we've got the Kung Fu Flash. I'm not very familiar with the Kung Fu Flash. I don't actually have one. I do know that they are being sold by Retro Rewind CA. A lot of people like this. I've heard there might be an issue, or there used to be an issue with NTSC versions.
Yeah, that's it's in beta, but it is much better now.
Yep. But a lot of people do love that. My personal favorite. So originally they had the Ultimate 1541 2. This was by a guy named Gideon, and then he created the Ultimate 1541 Funny 2 plus L, and this one is my current super favorite. This thing, in addition to, it'll emulate two 1541s and then a third one somehow. So it's almost 3 drive emulation. It'll do REU. It'll do a lot of stuff. It's got network features. So I've got a Wi-Fi. I bought the Wi-Fi bit. It's like an extra $7, and I threw it in there, and it's on my Wi-Fi. So it integrates. It's almost like a FujiNet, right? I'm able to press. I think it's F6, and I'm able to browse for games and load them. I'm also able to remote control the Ultimate. So if I've got the Ultimate on in the other room and it's running, and I launch up Assembly 64 on my compute on my PC, I can right click on the file and I can tell it to play on the C64. It's fantastic. It's great. I really love the Ultimate 1541 too. And like I said, it does emulate 2 drives. You can configure them as 41s, 71s, or 81s. And it'll even do tape. The little doohickey down here, this thing allows you to emulate tapes. Lastly, there's another. The latest one is the Sidekick 64. This one will do the same thing, almost the same thing as the Ultimate 1541. It's got some different features. The one feature this one has is it'll allow you to emulate, like, I think it's 4 or 5 SID chips. So they've got It's great. They've got the demos out. I mean, you've heard the fantastic stuff they could do with the basic SID chip. Well, imagine if you had 4 or 5 of them.
I've
really,
heard too.
really cool.
John Marshall's got a gimmick with he's got doubled up SIDs, and I heard that at BoFest. So I can't imagine what 4 or 5 of these would sound like.
Yeah, it's really cool. Of all of these, I mean, the Ultimate 1541 or the Sidekick, I personally feel is the way to go. I really need to get back and play with the Kung Fu Flash. That's most of what I had. I was hoping this would kind of help create a discussion over the next few weeks. Anybody who's an 8-bit fan, definitely try some of that stuff and see what you think. There's so much modern enhancements, right? A lot of people, I love my MISTer, I love my Pi, I love my other stuff, but I really love enhancing the original hardware by adding a cartridge or swapping out a ROM. Thanks, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it.
Very good, Dave. Wow. Any questions for Dave or any comments about that? That's sort of out of my wheelhouse, but some of you guys are real big C64 aficionados. What do you got,
there
Graham?
you are, Graham.
Yeah, that's an original one, isn't it, Graham?
Yep.
Yep.
Very good.
Yes.
Sorry. Very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Those are
Yeah, I
great
kept
too,
it.
though. Yeah, I got one of the original ones as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got my
And
Kung
they're
Fu
not
Flash
cheap.
still. I've got my Kung Fu Flash still in a box somewhere. We're still unpacking, so.
Dave, do you have the last one you talked about that gave you the 5? Do you actually own that one with the extra?
Oh
SIDs
yeah,
and
the
stuff?
Sidekick. Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
the one
yeah,
but you're still not you still prefer the do you like the
Yeah.
other one better, or do you?
So one of the big issues I have is, oh, look at that.
That's
Is
the
that the
Ultimate
ult-
64.
Yeah, that's so you can go right to. Does it have the Wi-Fi tied into the assembly
It
and
has the
everything?
Wi-Fi built right
Yeah.
in. What I
Yeah.
love about
So-
this is it's perfect for almost any situation. Not only do you have HDMI out, you also have your standard Luma Chroma, but everything then becomes within the box.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
you set the box on the desk, you plug in a joystick. I plug in a wireless joystick.
Yep.
And then the thing that I always hated about my C64 was that it just had cables coming out of it everywhere.
Yeah.
Set this on the desk. I stream with it from the desk. I take it to shows and plug it into my my 1084 monitor. It's just it's brilliant.
Now, Graham, what were you, or excuse me, Edvin, what were you holding up back there? I couldn't quite tell. Was that an SDI? Was it? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Edvin? No, he skipped town.
I think that was an SDI.
That's what I thought it was.
So I loved it. So the
There he
Sidekick. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an SDIC.
Very good. Let me
The
ask-
fantastic thing about the Sidekick is it's got that little display on there, and if you configure things properly, when you launch a game, you can have that display be like the logo of the game or whatever. And it's the Sidekick 64. It also has Wi-Fi capabilities, and it can also act like. I love it as well. And both the Ultimate and the Sidekick are the only two I know that work in both C128 and C64 mode. Now that's really important. Now the Ultimate has some wonkiness in 128 mode. If you're using with the 128, you can't replace the C64 kernel. But my 128D, I've already got Jiffy DOS as the default kernel in 64 and 128. So if I'm using the Ultimate and I bypass, however, what you can do with the Ultimate is you can use an alternate kernel, or you can use a cartridge to boot in the 128 mode. And one of the problems with the 128D is with that internal drive. If you want to use an SD.IEC, well, that internal drive's 8. Well, your SD.IEC, you might want to play a game, but it wants to be 8. What you can do with the Ultimate is you can load a cart up in front of the 128, and you can tell it to disable the internal C128D 1571 and use the SD.IEC as drive 8. It's awesome.
Yeah,
the
that's much
Sidekick
better.
64 will almost do something like that. It does have full 128 mode. When you go into 128 mode, all the characters use 128. It'll use the 128 Jiffy DOS ROM and everything like that. And it's all 5, 6 SIDs will work in 128 mode. I just still do prefer the Ultimate 2.
Very good. That was outstanding. Outstanding work there, Dave.
So one of the distinctions between the SD.IEC versus something like a Pi 1541 is the implementation of the 1541's drive access signatures. And there's such a community around the SD.IEC. They've taken programs that never ran on it. That was my problem when I first got my first SD.IEC, which was I think it was like 2013 or 2014. It was almost nothing worked in the NTSC land. It was frustrating. So I ended up selling it. I went on the same quest that David did. I just went from device to device to device to the point where I was like having hardware failures, and I just bought this thing. But the community for the SD.IEC is so good that they've taken things that have never run on it before. So anything that had like boot sector copy protection or had loaders built in, fast loaders built in, all that stuff wouldn't work. They've worked around this to make all of those just work almost seamlessly. And games that you've never been able to play, like Maniac Mansion, a lot of the EA games, they all work now.
So, but that's in G64 format, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I had, you gotta have them in the G64. And the problem, you know what I also found out was, in addition to having all kinds of crazy encryption like that, a lot of copyright games would simply detect if you have a write protect notch on there. If the disk is because I started ripping my own. I got the Zoom and I got all the stuff. And I said, well, why ain't nothing work? I was using the nibble copy, turning through a nib, and then a G64, and nothing was working. I was reaching out to these guys. Well, did you make it as read only? I go, what do you mean make it as read only? So, well, go look at the original, disc. There's no copy protect notch. So I put the disc in the read only, and boom, it worked right. No problems.
I never would have thought of that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question from the chat. What does the Ultimate 64? What did that thing run you, Adam?
This was a while ago. So I bought the first iteration before they even got to the Elite. So I don't have like ZIF sockets on the SID chip area. With shipping and taxes and VAT. Well, I think VAT is taxes. It was like $240.
Not bad.
Right now, he's got the Ultimate 2 Elite in pre-order for $259. I don't know. I think this might be euros.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's he's out of stock of everything. Almost a lot of times, he's got good stuff, and people buy it up.
Now,
people buy it up, but he's also in the middle of a changeover using a different FPGA. He's redesigning all his stuff. So if you pay attention to his Facebook group, he's been teasing the idea of making a modular FPGA solution that fits into various different boards. And he's talking about doing a 128D and a 128 flat, the wedge computer, doing master boards for those where this FPGA board just sits into them. So you'll be able to not only upgrade your C64, you'll be able to do your 128 and your 128D.
Very good. Now, go ahead, Dave.
The Ultimate 2 cartridge that costs about 157 euros.
That was my next question.
The Sidekick 64 cartridge, that one a lot of people aren't selling. It's more of a DIY. The guy who made it, he put some kind of weird restriction where like you can only make 2% off of selling it. A lot of people aren't. I got lucky when I got mine. Me and a soldering iron, that's like, no. So, but it is more. Although it's a cheaper product, it's a little bit harder to find. The SD to IECs, based upon the model and the version, you can get them anywhere for 30, 40 bucks.
So there's
Same thing with the Pi.
There's a point there where getting the upper echelon of these drive replacements, you'd almost be cost effective to maybe just go after the ultimate.
MISTer.
Oh, well, I mean.
Or the Ultimate 2.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want something that's, not FPGA, I guess, or whatever. But they can get pricey, is what you're saying. They can be tough to find.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very good. Very good. That's good stuff. I didn't know any of that, if I'm honest. I've got this old school SD to IDC here, and I don't use it that much, if I'm honest. But, I mean, I thought it was slow and kind of clunky. The stuff you showed looked a lot better.
So you can get almost 100% everywhere with a Kung Fu Flash because it'll be able to run fast load carts and an SD to IEC. You can actually get the SD to IEC and a fast load cart in one device that plugs into your cartridge port.
Very good. Very good. We got a couple of C64 superstars here. Very good. Because that's not our cup of tea, me and Bode. Well, fellas, we've managed to trim this down a little bit. We're only a little over 4 hours in. I want to go around the horn real quick just to give a chance for people to plug their stuff. We'll start with you, Adam. Tell everybody where they can hear your fine array of podcasts and find out information about your user group meetings.
Just about anywhere you can get a podcast downloaded. Apple, Spotify, Google. Well, Google actually just canceled all their podcast stuff.
I saw that, yeah.
Yep. So the Commodore Chronicles podcasts, that includes Commodore Chronicles, Fine and Tandy, 486 Deluxe, NES Advantage, and the newest one, Morning Cartoon Crunch, which is about cereal and Saturday morning cartoons. And then also the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club is semichiganvcc.blogspot.com, and you can also find me on Facebook as Commodore Chronicles and also as Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club.
Bam, he's got his ducks in a row. Boat, what personal things would you like to plug?
We do a show about the Commodore Amiga called Amigos every Friday.
Oh yeah.
We're doing Plan 9 from Outer Space this week, and I'm going to tip my hand, which I rarely do. This is one of the funniest games I've ever played in my life, and not funny like it's so bad it's funny. It's funny like they were trying to make it funny and they succeeded. So
good.
I was expecting Plan 9 to be a horrible game based on a horrible movie. Turns out it's a great game based on a horrible movie. So tune in this Friday for the full story, 5 o'clock, right here on Twitch.
Very good. Nice plug, Boat. David Z, do you? I've told you for years you need to get into something. Do you want to plug anything here?
No, just
you can plug
keep
T-Speak regulars. Once every blue moon on a Saturday night, they'll get into something.
Yep.
But it's a fun group, that's for sure. Edvin, my good friend, do you have anything you want to talk to anybody about contacting you for various services? Are you selling your own home brew at this point? What do you got going on down there? You're muted too. Unmute, knucklehead. There you go.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I want to plug is all hail the Amigos.
Oh, listen, checks in the mail, Edvin, if you know what I mean. Thank you very much, man. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Let's give Graham a chance here. Graham, You've got a lot of different, unique interests. Is there anything you want to talk about or plug, or any? I'm waiting for the next episode of your podcast from the Pod Jam. By the way, so what you got? Anything cooking?
Look, I've written down about 3 episodes, and I just got to find the time to do it. To be honest.
Well, in your case, yes, I can understand that, Grant. But I think you had a winner there, my friend, on that one. And good luck
Yeah,
on your
I'll get to it.
good luck in your personal voyage of minimalism. I'm on the boat going the other way, if you know what I mean. But
I think I've gone the other way for a little bit with this PS5. But anyway, the kids wanted it, so
that's right. You got to make sure the kids are happy, and if Dad enjoys it, it's all the better. That's the way I look at it.
It's not yours; it's the kids.
That's right. That's right, Edvin.
That's right.
Jason Warren's our good friend from Canada. What do you got cooking, Jason? Another personable fellow that needs to get into more action, social media action. Jason, that's the ticket. What do you got cooking?
Well, I'm kind of coming out from being buried underneath moving and painting and renovating a house, and selling that house. So I'm hoping to get a little more present, a little more active in some of the socials and Discord in particular. So I'm looking forward to getting connected back again. As far as anything to plug on my side, there's still time for some Tandy for anyone that's kind of doing any Tandy or CoCo related things. Now's the gives you an excuse to kind of pull it out and have some fun. I know I'm having a blast so far. Nitrous 9's on my hit list still as well, so I'm gonna probably be bugging Curtis here in the next little while. I expect my Septandy is gonna extend into Septober, so we'll see how that goes. And outside of that, if there's anything that anyone needs as far as parts or repair as far as retro computers for your 8 and 16-bit Commodores or any of your Tandy Color Computer stuff, feel free to hit us up at retrorewind.ca.
Very good. Nice plug. By the way, it is impossible to bug Curtis about talking about Nitrous 9. That's impossible.
Quite the opposite.
He
really.
loves it. That's how he survives. He's a vampire. That's his blood. Curtis, we mentioned it earlier, but give everybody one more time. Tell them you never plug your own personal website, and it's still the #1 website on the entire earth for CoCo games.
Not the last week it hasn't been.
I use it every time I do a CoCo show, every single time. Tell people where they can find
plug
that
for
stuff.
CoCo Nation. We've also got the Game On Challenge every Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Jason has actually been on it now, live playing games. So
very good.
Welcome, Jason. I will mention my personal sites. I'm actually in the midst of moving them to a complete new DNS and a new host system. It's taking longer than expected, so my sites have actually been down for most of the week.
Oh, no.
They'll be back up later this week. I'm just not sure what day yet. Should have better bandwidth, though, so that should help some things. And my final Septandy project I'll actually be going back to as soon as I get off here is that we've been rewriting the Basic 9 manual for Nitrous 9 with all the new features and all the stuff that's changed and been enhanced. And I'm just starting the proofreading. Wayne Campbell and I have been working on that for the last couple weeks. And we're hoping to get a preliminary version of it out for people who want to learn all the new stuff out by the end of Septandy, which I think is Monday evening.
Very good. Very good. You're always a busy man, Curtis. That's for sure. Let's talk to this fine gentleman here in the fine hat, Mitsuyama. Now, what have you got? What sticks have you got in the fire? I know you got something cooking down there.
No, it's been a bit of my plans for this summer got thrown into a bit of disarray because of family illness and things like that. So I couldn't go to a lot of the meetups that I'd planned to go to. So that was a bit disappointing. But things are looking better on that front. So
great.
I will be up in Blackpool at the weekend. So I'll say hello to Ian Pix while he's up there as well. So spending a couple of days in Blackpool on the northwest coast at the start of October.
Make sure you watch your wallet while you're up there.
Well, we're staying inside.
Okay.
We're not walking on the prom, but yeah. So meeting up with it's like you said before. Like Alan said before, it's one of the best things about this hobby is meeting up with the people because you're going to an event, you're seeing the same games, you're playing the same games, but it's just meeting up again with people and having a few drinks and having a laugh. So yeah, that's going to be next weekend, which should be fun. But apart from that, try and get to the Crash event in November as well. Say hello to Alan while he's across in the UK. So yeah, I think that's my plans for the next couple of months.
That doesn't sound too bad. I wish we could. I mean, those events for us, it's few and far between. Again, and those big events you guys have in the UK, there's all kinds of different stuff there. The stuff here, it seems like it's a little more. I mean, not everywhere.
It's a little more lame, is the word you're looking
No. I want it's more like. It's
Do we need
more
to talk about
focused.
Sacktown, Aaron? Are we going to go there?
We're not going to Sacktown. I can tell you that right now. Let's move along quick before Boat gets me in trouble. Jocko, wake up over there.
Have you gotten your what's it called? Jesus.
What?
Have you gotten your passport?
No.
What?
However, you know, it's funny. I have filled out all the forms. I'm going to drop them off at the post office. So I'm
Well, the
working on it.
Commodore's coming up.
I know. I'm luckily, well, we'll get into that next time I talk to Boat on the show. I'm not because I don't want to get in trouble. But Jocko, or Pac-Man man there, I like the shirt. What do you got cooking? You're always, it seems like you're another one. You're always got your hand in something. What do you got cooking these days?
Too much, to be honest with you. So work's keeping me quite busy, which I won't go too much into. But I've been trying to get that Captain Power thing back up and running. I've got the board mostly rebuilt. I've just got to rewire it now.
You're
so
kidding? You're still working on that?
Yeah, everything's all the board's been completely scrubbed clean and rebuilt. with
Mine's sitting on the
mostly new
shelf in the
components.
box, the same place I put it the day
no.
after we did that show. I feel bad for you. I feel responsible that you're doing all this.
No, it was one of these things. It should have been a quick job, but as ever, it's like then a million other things got in the way. So I just need time to fit it together. But I've just been away doing things various weekends. And in fact, last weekend was the only weekend I think I was actually home properly for both days to do my video for this. So it's just been a busy few months for me, really. So, but yeah, hopefully I'll get on top of those projects and get some stuff out. Yeah. So
I demand a video of your fixing of the Captain Power ship.
I had done
There you go.
I've been trying to get it fixed up. I mean, it will all be super shaky cam.
Here's my dream. You
yeah.
show up here in Hurricane, or I show up in the UK. We each stand at opposite sides of a dusty road, and we draw our weird Captain Power ships at dawn, and then we shoot.
Yeah.
You know, that'll be that.
Yeah,
That's
no,
my dream.
I genuinely like. I mean, I know it's a piece of crap, but I genuinely just want to just plug it all back in and just have it work and go. Yep, we did the thing just to prove that it could be fixed. Because for those of you that didn't see, I bought this Captain Power light gun thing on eBay, and basically it looked like it had been left in someone's fish tank because the board was corroded. There was dirt in there. I don't know what was it. So I completely stripped the board clean, scrubbed it all down, and just bought other than the main microcontroller, which is the only thing that you can't get. Everything else has been like it's new components because it's all just static components and a couple of logic chips. So yeah, and it cost less than £10 or something to buy all those pieces. So, but it's just time, you know, these things.
If you look up on my shelf in the background, you can barely see at the very top. You can see a little piece of red. That's the box that mine is sat in. Just the day that we did that show. That was it. I bought it. I bought a working one, and then now now I'm a shelf guy. I used to make fun of those guys Boat. Now I'm one of them. I got a shelf.
Listen, you've always been a shelf guy.
I was never a
ever
shelf
since
guy.
I've known you.
Enough of that. Well, good luck. I hope you get the thing working. Petzel,
me too. Cheers.
let's here you are sat in your garage surrounded by all sorts of wackery. Did you say you had a question for Graham? Did I read that correctly earlier? You might as well give it to him now.
Yeah, sure. Graham, you donated a Naboo to your local computer museum. Have they been able to do anything with that?
It's still here at my house. I haven't donated it yet.
Okay, all right.
Oh no!
Sorry to bring that up.
No. They just recently had their event, but I wasn't available for it, so I'm going to go to the next one and donate it. But I've missed the last two. So yeah, I've been slack, but I've also been busy.
Yeah.
So when I do it, I will take footage, photos, documentation, verification that I am donating it and that I'm not keeping it.
We believe you.
Well, you certainly
you
could
of all
keep it.
people, we believe you.
Otherwise, my minimalism podcast isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Yeah, but no, just life's gotten in the way. I haven't been able to get there for one of the events, but I will get there and I will take photos and whatnot, footage.
Very good. Very good.
Okay.
Very good. Now, Petzel, what do you have coming up? You got anything you want to plug in here? By the way, your podcast also was great, and so was Pixels of Dawn's podcast. Everyone that all the Pod Jam shows should all be going forward right now. I've been waiting patiently for the new episodes of all of them, and yet I haven't seen any. So what
I do announce myself as an award-winning podcaster, having come in second in Amigo Aaron's Pod Jam. But my partner Ron, he is actually still in China. You found out he has colon cancer, while he was there, and he's still there and probably going to be there till maybe December at this point. So that's kind of put any podcasting on hold.
Understandable. Well, is there anything you'd like to plug in the Petzel realm?
Well, I if you're interested in the Naboo and you want to install a RetroNet internet adapter on a Raspberry Pi 02W and make it kind of a standalone Naboo, I have some detailed instructions on my website, Petzel.us. Go to the blog section and you'll find a blog entry about how to do it and some very detailed instructions.
Very good. Outstanding. You're the foremost authority on the Naboo that I know. So congratulations.
At least in Indiana, probably. Yeah.
And I know one in Australia. That's the only two I know. Don't nod your head. It's you. Last but certainly not least, bringing up the rear, our guest. We sort of plugged your stuff earlier, but since some people came in late, Pixels, tell them what you've been up to. And by the way, again, I will scold you. Where's the next episode of your podcast? And what personal Pixel fun can people be looking for? You said you're going to start the Twitch back up. Give us a timetable.
It's just like all of the things. Yeah. I actually recently been ripping the Mysterious Cities of Gold DVDs to my computer in a bit of a home media project I've been doing, so I can actually more easily get to all the videos and stuff for that. So at some point I will get back on the podcast train as well, obviously.
That's outstanding.
So things coming up. Big issue 33 of Mega Addict will be out in about 2 weeks' time, and issue 24 of Pixel Addict. You get that over on addict.media. I just booked the venue for the third West Midlands Amiga group. It'll be happening on the 30th of November. So that's another thing that's been set up. As I mentioned earlier, I'm starting to fiddle with YouTube shorts and things like that. So if you go to YouTube at Addict Magazines, then you can get a look at a few of those. I posted a few of them in the Discord anyway. So I'll be doing a bit more of that. I'm trying to do a split between the promotional stuff and just here I am at another interesting place kind of stuff. So we did one at the Retro Computer Museum in Leicester, and I might do a bit more of that because they've got quite a lot of cool Amiga bits and pieces and paraphernalia there. I might just go and do a video on each thing, kind of thing, at some point, because it's not far to go.
Very good.
So yeah, there's loads and loads of stuff to do, but and I'll get around to them all. And as I said, I'm up in at the Play Expo next weekend in Blackpool. So if you're there, like me and Metz, then come and say hello. And then I'll be down in Bristol for Swag, and then back up in Nottingham for the Nottingham Games Market on the following Sunday.
Holy moly! What a schedule!
Plenty of traveling.
Listen, if you're at one of these events, walk up to Pixels of Dawn with a ballpoint pen or a felt pen. have him sign your magazine, your whatever your accoutrement is, or possibly some sort of body part. He'll be happy to do it. And catch this guy and tell him, say, thanks for coming here, pal, because he's such a traveling machine that he needs some adulation for all of his hard work. Good job.
That's what I'm gonna do next time.
You're gonna have him sign a body part. Don't tell me which one, for God's sake. Don't tell me. No. Oh God, no.
And I'm happy to say, Pix, that even after we moved houses, my Amiga addict still found me.
There you go.
I'm very glad.
Very good.
Good to hear.
You know, I would be remiss as the MC of this if I didn't plug something. So I'm going to real quick. Our next big show on the channel will be, aside from our usual big shows that we have weekly, the day after Thanksgiving here, I believe it's the November 29th, we'll be, me and the Brent will be kicking it off, the Thanks for Giving Marathon, about 12 hours of crazy action. And then, Boat, we've got Amigathon coming up. Do you recall the date on that, Boater?
Yeah, that is January the 18th.
There you go.
Saturday, January the 18th.
So January 18th, we will convene in Boat's basement. I don't know what number this is, but every time we get down there, it's good eating and good time. So it should be a lot of fun. Hey, I want to thank everybody for coming around today. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. Great stuff tonight, fellas. I thought it was good stuff all around. And we will catch you guys somewhere down the road for another edition of the ICC. We're going to shut the book on this one. Fellas, if you'll indulge me, on the count of three, give them the salute. 1, 2, 3. Adios.
Adios.
Adios.